every breaking development as Queensland decides. I'm Samantha Heathwood.
Hello and welcome to the 7 News headquarters at Mount Cootha.
It's just gone 7 o'clock on election night in Queensland.
There are 93 seats in Parliament. The target tonight, 47 seats. Anything less and we could be headed for minority government.
The decision has now been made by some 3.7 million registered voters. Will David Crisafulli arrive here tonight as Queensland's 41st Premier?
Or can Stephen Miles defy the opinion polls and lead Labor to a fourth term?
As the data comes in, we'll be analysing it here on our screen of dreams. Using state-of-the-art technology, we'll be drilling down on the numbers in real time.
We have crews positioned in key seats throughout the state, including here on the Gold Coast, to hear from the winners and the losers as the results become clear.
With unrivalled analysis and the inside word from all sides of politics.
This is Vote 2024 Queensland Decides, live on 7 News. And here we go, the votes are being counted quickly. Right now we're analysing the latest data and we'll get to Mark Riley in a moment with the very latest.
But first, let's introduce our panel this evening. We've got State Political Editor Marlina Whop over here working her sources. Also here beside me is a prominent face from the Palaszczuk-Miles government's retiring MP Yvette Dar.
From the LNP, former leader, Shadow Attorney General Tim Nicholls joins us. Welcome. And Greens insider, former councillor Jonathan Triranganathan. Thanks all for being here. It's great to have you here. We're looking forward to hearing from you all, but we will begin with Mark Riley and a 7 News projection.
Good evening, Max. Good evening, team. We've got our first projections of the night. The votes are coming in thick and fast now. We're up to about 10% in some seats. So if we go down to the Darling Downs, these ones are pretty easy. We can pick them off really quickly. So the seat of Warrego goes to the LNP. Collide goes to the LNP. Nanango goes to the LNP, and back over here, Southern Downs to the LNP, and also Lockyer. So there's a whole bunch of seats there. You can see 10% of the votes counted on two-party preferred. If we go to that, we might see the changes now. There's a swing of about 12% towards the LNP in very safe seats. But that's a very strong swing on 10% of the vote. It's meaningful, and there's a whole bunch of blue there that we're seeing early on that map. Look at that, all blue.
Ooh, OK, Yvette, straight to you. That's a lot of blue.
It is a lot of blue, but it's very early in the evening. There's a lot of votes still to count. So,
how has the general sentiment been today, though?
Look, I found it pretty good. I've been out at Redcliffe all day and, there wasn't the long lines. There isn't a feeling that people are, out there with baseball bats wanting, Labor gone. So I think, Stephen Miles has been doing an incredible job in just getting out there and talking about what matters to Queensland, what we want to deliver and what he's done in just 10 months and why he should be given the chance to govern in his own right for the next 4 years.
Given that it has only been 10 months since Anastasia Palaszczuk retired and her popularity, let's face it, was pretty dire at that point in time, has it been tricky for Stephen to sort of reinvent himself and the government as being a new government?
Oh, look, it's always difficult. I mean, we've been in since 2015, but there's no doubt that Stephen's done a great job of, stamping his own authority over the role and show that he's a different style of leader and what he wants to do and what he's been able to do in such a short period of time. So I think given another 4 years, there's a lot that Stephen could be doing for Queenslanders.
But you won't have to worry about it too much?
I won't be there as part of that, no.
We'll get back to you and talk more about that in a second.
Tim Nicholls, welcome. Great to have you here. You've been out in Clayfield today. Yes. What sense are you getting there and what vibe are you getting statewide?
Well, I think when we start off talking about it, we've got to look at the numbers, and the numbers, particularly around pre-polling, are quite telling in that probably 60% of people will have voted before voting day today, leaving fewer than 40% of people. So anything that we see today, I think, is going to really be coloured by the fact that there are so many early votes that need to be counted and so many postal votes that are still to come in. So that's one thing. I've been at 2 pre-polling booths in my electorate, and I think the mood there is certainly positive. I don't think it's a mood. I experienced a mood in 2012 when a government that was too long in the tooth really was swept from office. And we've got a real mountain to climb in terms of the LNP winning office. We've got to win 12 seats. That's not been done in 35 years with compulsory preferential voting. And that makes it doubly hard for the LNP to get over that line, because obviously the Greens and Labor swap preferences very tightly, whereas the LNP are out there. We've got to win those seats. So it's a big mountain to climb, and we're doing it. We're working hard at it, but it's going to be an interesting evening.
Go back to a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and the polls I was seeing were two-party preferred, 45-55, and it was looking like a very different election at that point. What happened?
Well, those of us who have been around a lot, well, you'll often hear people say, as you get closer to election day, the polling always tightens up. And what we've seen is the polling tighten up. As people get closer to making a decision, they consider their options, and they might say, for example, look, we've had a gutful of this government, we're going to throw them out. But when they get to election day, they say, no, I've always voted this way, I just can't bring myself to change. Yeah. And we've got to overcome that barrier. And that's what I say. It's easy to talk in general polling numbers, but when you look at seat by seat by seat, we have to win 12 seats to get a bare majority. That's to govern with a majority involving the Speaker casting his vote. So that's a big ask to get over. I'm
sure we'll talk about some of the issues that perhaps came into play in that past 2 or 3 weeks as well. We'll get to that. Yeah. Just quickly, Jonathan, the Greens in around those inner city Brisbane seats are really about to make their presence felt.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously too early to say. I think what's been really striking to me about this campaign is that on a lot of issues, Labor has moved to try and regain a bit of the ground from the Greens policy-wise. So we saw, say, the big announcement around 50-cent public transport fares when the Greens have been pushing free public transport for a long time. Even Stephen Miles shifting on the Gabba, where previously that was a strong point of difference between Greens and Labor. So I'm going to be really interested to see whether those policy shifts where Labor has sort of picked up on some Greens ideas, what that does to the vote. It's going to be really interesting to find out. Yeah, the Gabba, the Olympics, I'm sure we'll be talking about that during the night as well. Now, we're just going to keep the night moving because already we have another seat projection with Mark Riley.
Yes, indeed. Another projection. We're going up into the north. This one, another easy one. Robbie Katter, leader of the Katter Australians Party, is going to hold his seat very comfortably. That's 12% of the vote counted, 90%, a bit over on two-party preferred. Guys, I want to show you something else that's going on here. Again, fairly early on, but we're looking at maybe 13% of the vote here in Townsville, with the Liberals ahead. Mundingburra, a similar story. Liberals ahead, a swing at around 10% there. Thuringowa, though, holding on, only 5% of the vote, and Aaron Harper polling ahead there. So these are 3 seats that we will be looking at throughout the night. Obviously, very affected by youth crime. The Katter Party was looking at running perhaps second in a couple of these seats, but when we look at them, they're not polling very strongly at the moment. We were expecting this to be around 30-30-30. It might be that as the night goes on. 5% is not much of the vote. It depends where those booths are, but there's a bit of a story emerging up there with the LNP polling strongly in early voting, in early counting in the north, guys.
No surprises there. Robbie Katter retaining his seat. Yvette, Robbie Katter has made a lot of headlines. Comments he made on the 8th of October have basically changed, you could say, the course of the past couple of weeks by putting abortion front and centre. Now, you were Attorney General when abortion was decriminalised in this state. How has that made you feel that we're even having a discussion about this in 2024?
Oh, it's really disappointing. This has been put into law. We've finally, brought us into, the age that we should be. We're recognising that it is a health issue. It's not a criminal matter. And yet here we are having conversations around whether these laws are going to be watered down or repealed. And, I know that some say, we shouldn't be talking about it, but we should be talking about it if there is a risk that these laws will change. And there is. And, to be honest, David Crisafulli, through the entire election campaign, has still not answered the question as to whether his members of his caucus would get a conscience vote or not.
And I think we'll probably see whether that has had an impact, as the results come in this evening. But
You've been out there in Redcliffe. I think we've got live pictures now of your electorate there in Redcliffe. What have women been saying to you when you've been talking to them? Because I'm guessing that this has probably come up as an issue.
It absolutely has. And in fact, it's come up as an issue every single election that I have run. 7 elections I've done, and every single time. The difference is, every other time, it's been an anti-abortion campaign against me. And this election, that's all missing. So the LNP actually knew that it was detrimental for them to be talking about it because the community have moved on these issues.
Well, it goes to show you as a society, we just don't even think we need to talk about it anymore because there's very few places in the world that regress on this issue.
And we saw it with voters. Cass Hall, our candidate there, she was very, very strong. She was letting voters know exactly where she stands. And time again, we were seeing men and women turning around saying, we're going to protect women's rights.
Just out of fairness,
sorry.
Sorry. Just out of fairness, I might just get Tim Nichols to respond to that. Tim, did David Crisafulli fail in stamping this discussion out early on?
Well, look, we focused on the 4 key issues that Queenslanders have been talking about for 4 years.
But the abortion issue, obviously, in these past couple of weeks, has really come to the fore.
And what we saw was really the ALP and their union backers importing the worst of US election politics around a very sensitive issue. An issue that had not been on the agenda and that David had ruled out and that the LNP had ruled out moving on throughout the period of the campaign. And the ALP tried ruthlessly to exploit that in effectively bringing in Trumpian-style politics onto a matter that should be much more sensitively handled.
What about the two members of your own party, though, who were talking out against abortion laws? What kind of impact did that have?
Well, I mean, I guess, you know, that did come out, Marlina. Sorry, I interrupted you. You go.
Yeah, so they were speaking out against the laws publicly and in a public forum. So it wasn't just coming from Labor and the Katters. Could the opposition leader have handled this differently?
Well, I think what we have is we had a sustained period of like 6 months when the Labor Party were trying to make this an issue and were working hard to try and make it an issue when we were concentrating on the matters that we were focused on and that Queenslanders were focused on: youth crime, on health, on housing, and on cost of living. Now, Labor obviously didn't want to talk about any of those issues, and so they leapt on to this issue and tried to turn it into a political issue, which is really a health issue.
Can I just
and let me say, I think, and because it has been raised, I think it has been importing the worst of what we see in US divisive elections into the Queensland election.
But
we were talking about hope and the future, and we had a divisive campaign starting and running against us. And in my seat, of course, despite their best efforts, it didn't work.
Jonathan is desperate to say something. And Jonathan, we will come back to you on this. We just have to go to a guest and then we will come back because I think we all have plenty more to say on this important subject. But we'll just go now to Jackie Robson at ALP headquarters because she has Wayne Swan with her. Jackie, what's happening there?
Yes, Sarah, I'm with the former Federal Treasurer and the Labor Party National President, Wayne Swan. Wayne, thanks for joining us. How do you rate the campaign? Stephen Miles really left it all out there, getting on a jet ski, climbing on play equipment. How did you rate it?
I think one of the best campaigns from Stephen and the State Secretary that I've seen in my political lifetime, because we started this campaign a long, long way behind. And their cost of living measures have really cut through. Their highlighting of the, if you like, the Trump-style approach to abortion in the LNP, those two measures alone certainly lifted the primary vote of the ALP quite substantially over the last couple of months.
And you've been watching the numbers come in. What do you make of the early numbers?
Look, we don't have the pre-polls, so the early numbers are very encouraging, but absent the pre-poll, I'm loath to do any predictions. But what we do know is that the landslide that appeared possible some 3, 4, 5 months ago is not going to eventuate tonight. And that proves that the Queensland Labor Party can really pack a punch when it comes to a campaign.
There's been mixed reaction about Stephen Miles' lead-up to this election. We've recently heard Anastasia Palaszczuk say that she did give Stephen Miles enough time to win this. What's your opinion?
I think Stephen has performed very, very well. He's had 10 months or so, and he's made the most of it. But particularly, I think, being daring when it came to cost of living measures, to do something different. The one thing that really stands out here is the strong support for the ALP from the under 40s. That has been quite remarkable, and from the Labor Party point of view, it means a bright future, state and federal.
Thanks for your time, Wayne. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks both very much for that. Now, we're just going to go back to you, Jonathan. I'm so sorry to have cut you off before.
I just wanted to add a little bit of complexity to this discussion about abortion, because it is still an issue, and it's not just about yes or no, is it legal? It's about access. And there are still a lot of parts of Queensland where it's very difficult to get access to an abortion. There's still, I think, one government-funded hospital that denies access to abortions as well, because the government essentially privatised that service. So you've got a privately run hospital with government funding that doesn't provide access to abortion. So I don't think it's correct to say that this issue is all done and dusted. There's still an ongoing struggle to ensure that every woman who needs access to that service can get it.
I think the point is, though, that it's a nuanced, complex, highly emotional subject. So something like that, sure, worthy of a discussion. But when we're talking about whether or not to repeal laws and go backwards in time, that's a whole different story.
Well, yeah, and I'm very worried about that. Yeah. If we do see an LNP government, either this term or in the future, that they will not let this go. And I hear them say that.
Be because the commitment has been made. No change to the termination of Pregnancy Act.
But what does your party policy platform say?
I've stood there under questions for an hour and a half while that question has been asked.
But Tim, what does your platform say? What does your policy platform say?
Well, we're not like the Greens. We're not like the Greens, some collective mind group thing.
Sure.
We have MPs who make decisions for the parliamentary policy and the parliamentary party. And the parliamentary party, as led by David, has said quite clearly there will be no change to the termination of Pregnancy Act.
So you can rule that out.
So that has been ruled out.
So you're ruling out a conscience vote?
It has been ruled out. That a change to the termination of Pregnancy Act has been ruled out. What we have focused on, though, is what is being important to Queenslanders. Now, I stood down in Redlands.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You interrupted me. The thing I'm concerned about is that you might say we're not going to wind back abortion laws, but you might cut funding to those services. You might make it harder for women to access abortion without actually making it illegal. That's something I'm concerned about. And I want to hear from the LNP, are you committed to maintaining an increase in funding and access to abortion services? It's not just about whether it's legal or not.
Well, if you had listened to David Crisafulli's budget reply speech, he has confirmed that funding for existing services will be maintained, and including the increase that was announced in the Labor government's most recent budget. So that has all been confirmed. And it goes to the point that I was making, and that is that for base political purposes, people have tried to turn what is a sensitive health debate into a political debate when it has been ruled out. We, on the other hand, have been focusing quite clearly on dealing with the youth crime crisis, which steadfastly neither the Greens nor the Labor Party have wanted to talk about. No announcements made.
I'm very excited to talk about that.
No announcements.
We've got a lot to talk about.
As you can tell, this debate is going to be around with us for quite a while, I'm sure tonight included. But first of all, we want to have a look at the seat of Gavin, and so to do that, we're going to go to Mark Riley again. Now, Mark, what are you seeing in the seat of Gavin at the moment?
Well, it's tossing and turning a bit, Max. The count's up to about 12%. Bianca Stone was ahead about 10 minutes ago, and then there was a big whack of votes that came in. We're only talking about hundreds, of course, and it turned to Megan Scanlon. So, as you can see, we're looking at maybe 3,000, so about 4,000 votes counted there, 12% of the vote, and on two-party preferred at the moment, Megan Scanlon's ahead by 122 votes. That will change as the night goes on, though. Very different results in different booths there, guys. So definitely a seat we'll be watching through the night.
Thanks for that, Riles. And now we will actually go to the seat of Gavin and to our former colleague and LNP candidate, Bianca Stone. Bianca, hello from all of us. How are you feeling?
Hello, Sarah. Hello, Max. Hello to everyone on the panel. Look, they're the first results that I've actually seen all night. So it is good to see the reward for effort, the hard work that we have put in this campaign. I'm standing with all my volunteers here at the Hinterland Hotel, where we're having just a few quiet drinks. It's been a gruelling campaign, I can say that much. I am pretty exhausted, but it really doesn't matter how I'm feeling because there's a lot of other people out there doing it a whole lot tougher than what I'm doing it at the moment. But look, it's been a tough campaign. I haven't had a day off since I was pre-selected way back in June. The pre-polling has been really, really hard. I had sunstroke last week. My lips were bleeding from the sunburn. And today has been, well, running on adrenaline. I got up at 2 o'clock this morning. It reminds me of my old sunrise days, actually getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning. We had a barbecue in the park in Nerang, worked all day on the booths. And look, still a lot of people going in not telling us which way they're going to vote. They're going in not taking, anyone's how to vote cards and just getting through those polling booths. So it's going to come down to the wire. I really feel that. I think it might come down to even a few hundred votes. We might not see a result tonight. But for me, this, as I say, it's not about me. It's not about Megan Scanlon. This is about the people of Gavin. It's about giving them a choice because I think we can have a better government than the one we've had for the past 10 years.
Bianca, it's Marlina here. I saw you the other day and you were having a long day as the opposition leader was visiting. But Megan Scanlon has faced some tough battles before. What else are you hearing from voters on the ground after they've been casting their votes?
And Marlina, honestly, there's been a mixed response. A lot of people who are Labor voters, traditional Labor voters, who are voting the LNP for the first time in their lives. And there is one reason for that. It is crime and it is youth crime. It is the number one issue in this electorate. Whether they've been affected by youth crime or whether they're fearful of youth crime, doesn't matter. It is an issue for the voters in this electorate. They want someone who's going to be tough on crime. I've got a record for that. My husband's a senior police officer here on the Gold Coast. I've reported extensively on youth crime. I've been involved in programs for troubled teens well before I was a political candidate. I understand the issues and I really think that we have the right solutions for those issues. And a lot of voters coming through shaking my hand today saying, we need the change. Thank you for standing up. And I can tell you, it's pretty hard to stand up and do this. It is harder than I thought it ever would be to stand here and do this, having run this campaign. So the hardest thing I've ever done, also the most rewarding thing I've ever done, because I really feel like we're making some headway to change.
Bianca, it's Max here. That microphone feel familiar in your hand? I just wanted to ask, obviously the Sea of Gavin is that one red island in a sea of blue down there on the Gold Coast. What is it that makes Gavin different, do you think? And obviously since 2020 a lot of people from down south have moved into the area. What sort of a difference has that made to the dynamic?
Yeah, Max, it does feel very familiar holding this microphone, actually. This is the most familiar thing I've felt all day, to be honest with you. But look, Gavin it's an interesting seat, I think you could say. It has swung both ways since it was formed back in 2001. Traditionally an old national seat, so a lot of people from that side of politics are in this seat. The seat has really changed, though. So Megan Scanlon won it back in 2017. We actually got up on a two-party preferred basis and she got up on Greens preferences. In 2020, of course, we had that COVID election as well, where we got a lot of the elderly who did vote for Labor because Anastasia Palaszczuk was, of course, keeping everyone safe. Well, I think it's safe to say that a lot of those people have actually swung back to the LNP now. I've spent a lot of time in retirement villages, in aged care facilities, speaking with those voters. So I think it's fair to say those people have swung back. But also the demographics of this seat have changed as well. You've got Pacific Pines to the north, and all those houses are now $1 million plus. Even out at Nerang, a lot of the houses are $1 million plus. So really it's a changing seat. A lot of aspirational people in this seat, a lot of tradies, a lot of people who want to own their own homes, a lot of people who are actually like me, who are mums, they've got kids, they've got a mortgage, so a lot of people like me in this seat as well. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Bianca, I'm so glad that your early mornings on Sunrise are at least useful for something, a bit of stamina throughout this campaign. Good luck and we'll talk to you soon. Now we are off to Riles and his screen of dreams for a 70s projection.
Yeah, we have a bunch of seats that we're able to call now. Let's have a look at Inala. Of course, that is the seat of the former Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk, and the ALP sustained a pretty strong swing against them there of 12%, but the margin is massive, and I think Margaret Nightingale will hold that seat for Labor. Let's now go to one of the interesting seats the night. Let's go to the seat of Gladstone, and we're also calling that Glenn Butcher again. The swing, folks, 12.6%, but you can see from the last election his margin was 23.5, so that's, you know, at the moment being halved, but you can sustain big swings like that when you've got massive margins. So Gladstone, we're calling for the ALP. Let's go to the seat of Gregory, not too far away from there, around Longreach, and Sean Dillon is holding that comfortably for the LNP. A little bit of a change, less than 1% there, so we're calling that for the LNP. Let's also now go a bit further south. Let's go down to Ipswich and have a look there. Jennifer Howard, a 5.9% swing against her, but again, this is a seat. Have a look at last time, 16.5% margin, swing of 5.9%. Labor will hold that. The interesting story that's starting to develop now, as I'm just sort of coasting around these seats around Brisbane, is the swings are somewhere between 5 and 9 and 10%. The higher swings, here we go, 12% in Nanalas we're talking about. Next door only 1.8. It's patchy, 5.3 swing there, 1.9. So they're in some areas low, in some areas a little bit higher. So not a uniform result at the moment, but there are swings strong enough for the ALP to lose a couple of those seats if it continues through the night, guys.
Thank you, Mark Riley. And if you're trying to keep a score at home, down in the bottom left corner of the screen across the evening, you'll see that score sheet there. ALP 14 seats, LNP 19, with the target, the magic number, being 47.
A lot more to come. I just wanted to come back to you, Yvette, because we're losing you soon. We will be replacing you. We just heard Bianca there say that that's the hardest thing that she's done. You have been really brave and very open in talking about the fact that you have suffered depression and anxiety, and you confused that initially with nerves and adrenaline. Yeah. Can you talk to us a little bit about that, if you don't mind, and how much of that has been because of this job?
Look, I don't mind talking about it all, because the reason why I did raise this in my final speech was to actually lift this veil of, somehow reaching out for help, admitting that you need help is a weakness, and we have to break that down. It's not weak to ask for help. It actually takes a lot of strength to say, I actually need help. And I got that help this year, and it's really turned things around for me. But it took getting that help to realise that what I had been dealing with, what I'd been feeling, was not normal. And that it was depression, that I was having anxiety attacks. So, I just think there's so many people out there in so many different occupations and, across this country that do have mental health issues. This is so common that people have mental health issues, but they feel like they can't speak up about it. And yes, the job has contributed to that. There is no doubt, and that's why I said I want to see changes in Parliament, because by me talking about this, I want to make sure that the current members, the future ministers, the shadow spokespeople, members, their staff, ministerial staff, are actually given the tools to try to prevent getting vicarious trauma, as opposed to waiting until they're exposed to that and trying to fix it afterwards.
You've been in it for almost 17 years. It's quite the effort of it. What has been the single most stressful thing that you've contended with, do you think? Tricky question.
Look, I think the most ethically complex thing to deal with was COVID. The decisions we had to make, it was about saving lives, but it impacted on lives, and it was a tough thing to do. Every day you go home, you go to bed thinking about the decisions you've made, the impacts that's having on people's lives and livelihood. But, we did it based on the best advice, and we were doing it to keep this state safe, to keep people safe. And I used to have a poster on the bottom of my computer that said, how many lives we'd lost. And when we opened up the borders finally, once we got people vaccinated, we'd only had 7 lives lost. Not one of them was in an aged care or nursing home. Now, that's still 7 people whose loved ones were grieving, but it could have been so much worse than it was in so many other states. So it was difficult, but it was such a privilege to hold that role and to to work, under anaesthesia and to work with our now Governor, our Chief Health Officer, Jeanette Young. It was such a privilege to be able to do that.
Well, thank you for being open about what you've been feeling.
Thank you.
Yvette, we're actually going to go to one of your cabinet colleagues now. Grace is joining us from McConnell. Hello, Grace. It's Max and Sarah here. How's your day been? How's the party going? And how are you seeing the evening?
Look, I'm seeing the evening extraordinarily reflective of the effort that we've put in for the people of Queensland in doing what matters. Stephen Miles, our Premier, has been extraordinary. We have literally left nothing in the tank. I'm exhausted. We have gone after every constituent because we want to do what matters for Queensland, and hopefully the good people of McConnell will have me for another 4 years. My fingers are crossed, my toes are crossed, and all I can do now is wait for those votes that come in, and they're looking pretty promising at the moment.
Minister Marlina, Whop here. A couple of years ago, the Greens were calling for free lunches in schools. You rubbished the idea then. Do voters have a right to be cynical about the Premier's plan?
Well, Marlina, I didn't really rubbish it. This is 3.5 years ago, remember? This is before interest rates went up from 10 basis points to 4.35%. This is before cost of living became a real challenge for a lot of ordinary Queenslanders. This is a cost of living measures. We've put infrastructure in, as you know, doing up tuck shops, putting in coordinators. We've targeted primary schools. We've extended our programs with the majority of kids now get access to a free lunch. The Premier's idea was, let's make it universal, no stigma. If a child wants a free lunch, they should get one, and that's what we want to implement.
Well, Grace, best of luck tonight out there in McConnell. We try and speak to you a bit later on in the evening, but for now, have a good night. Enjoy the party. Grace there out in McConnell.
Thank you.
And now we're going to take you back to Mark Riley with another 7 News projection.
Projections coming thick and fast now, guys, as the votes are coming in. Let's go to Waterford, Sharon Fentiman's seat, where she's sustained an 8% swing. But when you look at this, the Greens polling about 10% there. But look at what happened last time. She polled above 50% on the primary vote. She's just below that now. But even with that swing against her now, it's around 8%. That is still a big buffer, and we're calling that seat now for Shannon Fentiman. Let's also have a look at the seat of Maroochydore. The Screen of Dreams is calling this for the LNP. Little swing in favour of the sitting member, Fiona Simpson. So that's one to tick off there. Let's now go to the seat of Jordan. Our screen's also calling that comfortably for the ALP. A little bit of a swing, 1.9%. So we're getting into that phase now where the vote count's getting up to 30%, really meaningful, and the seat calling will now happen really rapidly.
Ros, before you go, earlier we were talking about the impact that the Greens might have in inner city Brisbane. Can you take us to South Brisbane and give us a snapshot of what's happening there at the moment? Sure. It's a good one to have a look at, actually, Max, because it tells an interesting story of the night. So at the moment, on primaries, the Greens, Amy McMahon, the sitting member, is polling about 41%. And the ALP at 34, the LNP 21.9. If you look at what happened last time, it's kind of not too far away from what happened last time, but look at the two-party preferred. So at the moment, Barbara O'Shea is ahead almost 59%. Last time, the same time, was the Green ahead 55.4%. Why? Preferences. Last time, remember, the LNP preferenced the Green. This time, LNP's preferencing the ALP. And that could flip that seat if that continues through the night. I'm not saying it will, there's only 8% of the vote counted, but it was a significant decision by the LNP not to preference the Greens in any of the seats in this election, and certainly is having impact there in the early count, guys. Jonathan Sriranganathan, thanks, Riles. Just on that particular seat, for the Greens candidate there, it's been a pretty amazing story, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Amy, she was in a car crash earlier this year that obviously had a huge impact on her, and I think she's done a phenomenal job to continue in the role. She's been a really powerful advocate for the community and has won some big battles, like the Gabba Stadium looked like a done deal a few years ago, and Amy McMahon and her office really led the charge against that Gabba Olympics proposal. And so, in a way, whatever happens with the results tonight, she's had some big runs on the board and some big wins in terms of policy outcomes. But I think looking at that result, 8% counted, we don't know what the pre-polls are doing. It's way too early to say much. Yeah. So we always do quite well in pre-polls in South Brisbane, and I'll be interested to see how they go.
Yep.
Yvette, what do you make of that, what you're seeing in South Brisbane?
Oh, look, this comes down to the way preferences were flowing. It's that simple. The reason Amy picked this seat up last election was because the LNP put the Greens above Labor. They haven't this time, and we're seeing a correction now. And I'm confident that we can pick this seat up.
All right, now we have to let you go. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Good luck with your retirement.
Thank you.
You said before that I asked how you were feeling outside, and you said unburdened. I hope you don't mind me sharing that.
I think you have.
But you deserve to feel like that, and all the very best.
Thank
and we wish you all the best.
You're not on a 10 o'clock flight out, are you?
No, not.
You deserve a holiday. We are just going to go to a short break now. You are watching Queensland Decides here on 7 News. We will be back soon.
The two teenagers who vanished without a trace.
There's no crime scene. There's no forensics to be involved. It's a real puzzle.
Now shocking new clues.
There is definitely like a clear disturbance that's unnatural.
In one of Australia's biggest mysteries.
Put it bluntly, I'd crawl on broken glass to see this solved.
All new Spotlight, Sunday.
Zimmer latte?
Loving you is easy. Loving you is never a pain in the guts.
Fresh, natural Zimmel. The easy-to-digest milk.
Lovely thing about together, it goes a long way. The Nick Scali Lounge Sale ends Sunday with up to 40% off leather and fabric lounges. Save up to 40% off at the Nick Scali Lounge Sale. Ends Sunday.
Ultra cheesy mozzarella sticks. Pickers, let's get silly.
Fed up with germy cages? A thumb is all you need with new Harpic hygienic and fresh stickers. Just flush, push and hold for a boost of freshness with every flush. Try Harpic stickers for a hygienic and fresh toilet.
A great finish on your deck goes back to the start. And when you start with Spec-Rite Mobile Timber, it comes pre-oiled, ready for a finishing coat and easy to install for a premium natural look that lasts. Spec-Rite Mobile Timber, the start of a great finish.
At Officeworks, we won't be beaten on price. Get the Sony WFC 510 wireless headphones for $98 or this Samsung S24 FE for $1,087. Make bigger things happen at Officeworks.
We've been driving for so long I forget why I'm on your car.
I got Mobil's best fuel ever at 7-Eleven. Lets me go further. Gives me more kilometres per tank.
Go further with Mobil's best fuel ever at 7-Eleven.
You need a bigger place.
Unsure about your next property move? An ANZ home loan specialist can help you navigate your options so you can get to a good place.
Sometimes you just have to say no. So when you say yes, it means a lot. Kinder Chocolate comes in little bars with lots of taste, so it's perfect for saying yes to at treat time. Kinder Chocolate.
You can make progress by doing the things you love. Fancy a surf? Surf to save our oceans.
Enjoy biking? Cycle the continent to protest seismic blasting. Like to paint? Paint your message 14 stories high. Protest with an ice cream cone or shave off half your beard to fight deforestation. You have the tools for doing good, and your greatest tool is your own unique flavour. Ben & Jerry's.
Welcome back to 7 News as we bring you special coverage on election night in Queensland.
We are keeping an eye on party headquarters, where we'll be hearing both leaders speak later tonight.
We're not there yet, though, and here is Mark Riley with another set of 7 News projections.
Another 3 that we can call, guys, in this seat of Bancroft. Chris Whiting is sustained a swing of about 4.2%. Not enough to knock him off. He will hold that seat on our projection. Let's also now go to the seat of Nudgee, where ALP on two-party preferred, very small swing there, and that's against the trend. 21% of the vote counted. We're projecting that Leanne Leonard will hold that seat. And let's also now go to the seat of Mount Omni, and 23% of the vote counted. And Jess Pugh there was 60 or 61, pretty much 48% of the primary vote. We're saying that she has held that seat for Labor. And why don't we have a look at the leaders, see how they're going? We saw a lot of them in the last 4 weeks. Wonder how they're going in their own seats. Let's have a peek. Let's go first to Broadwater. David Crisafulli is now polling 8% of the vote, 55% of the primaries, not too bad. 63.2% two-party preferred, little swing against him, 3.4%. Well, this might be, like a little game within a game here. We'll see who's leading on the numbers. So Stephen Miles, let's go back to the primaries, 50.1, 19%, so getting a sensible sort of a read there. And on two-party preferred, 63.3, he's got a 2% swing to him. So a personal victory perhaps. So we're calling both those seats, both the leaders re-elected. David Crisafulli, a 3% swing against him. Stephen Miles, a 2% swing towards him in early counting. Make of that what you will.
Well, you're the expert. What do you reckon?
I make not much about it.
I think pre-poll is going to change stuff a lot. The results that come through in the 2 weeks before voting are going to be different to the results we see on election day. So it's interesting to see these early results come in. But with 8, 10, 15% counted, it's not the full picture yet.
Yeah.
Wild to go. We should just mention that we have a new panellist. Welcome, Labor's Leanne Enoch. Thank you for joining us.
You're very welcome. Lovely to be here this evening. Thank you.
How are you feeling about today, where things are at?
Well, certainly, I think, like everybody has described, it's been an amazing day. We've put everything into it. There's nothing left in the tank. I'm personally exhausted. I know everybody else is, and sunburnt and all those things. So, but it's just been extraordinary. On the polling booths, it's been all about cost of living, of course, women's rights, and of course, the big conversation that's been had quite a lot has been around frontline services and the very real threat that we've seen to them.
Right. And the abortion issue, we were talking about it earlier. You've just joined our panel. How much of a difference do you think that has made to the race?
Well, certainly I think for many women, the idea that we would go backward has been a really galvanising point. And it's not just women, but a lot of young men as well, who have been very passionate about ensuring that women have a say over their own bodies. So it has been very much a game changer on the ground, and people switched onto it very quickly.
Has it been one of the biggest issues, Leanne?
Certainly, we've heard a lot about it. There were young women who were, when they heard about, we've been having conversations recently over the last few weeks about a woman's right to choose. They would stop in their tracks and come back for the conversation. So, yeah.
And were you seeing that across demographics, or was that mostly younger women?
Mostly younger women, but it was also across other age groups where women were very vocal about their concerns about going backward. And I think when you look at what's happening in the United States and the idea that, we've heard this, we shake our heads at the idea that that could happen there, and certainly wouldn't expect that to ever happen here in Queensland. But when you have a leader in David Crisafulli who maintained this incredibly small target, I mean, you would need the Hubble Woman telescope to even find him at one point. And any of his policy ideas, for him to then take, over 100 times being questioned, never answering the question, women started to feel very nervous, and of course, the conscience vote has always been a question. Interesting
that we've touched on that section of the debate at the moment, that issue. We do have Robbie Catter joining us now. Robbie, it's Max and Sarah from 7 here. Mate, how has the day been out there? You look pretty safe.
Oh, well, they're always pretty tough days out here in the west, mate. It's pretty hot, and we had a lot of fires out here. And, yep, at the polling booth, just a lot of work, but, yeah, pretty positive results for us here, mate. So I guess I've got to say I'm very happy with my own result here. A bit disappointed with some of our results around the other seats.
Robbie, it's Sarah. You have been intent on creating headlines about abortion. Politically motivated. The headline has been around that you would like to be a kingmaker yourself in this election. I think it is true. On the 8th of October, you said that you were going to either amend or repeal legislation in this state. This has caused women... Sorry, Robbie, 2 seconds. This has caused women a huge amount of fear and anxiety in this state. This is a very public platform. Would you like to apologise or show any remorse for what you've done? A huge amount of... Robbie, there has been a spike. Robbie, there has been a spike in women calling health services, GPs, obstetricians, clinics up and down this state. I spoke to several of them yesterday.
All of them, or you just spoke to some of them?
Robbie, I obviously didn't speak to all of them. I've spoken to a few medical experts who reported there being a spike.
You might find it surprising there's people have an alternate view to you and other women, and that's called democracy. We're allowed to express an alternate view, and you seem to conveniently never mention there's babies in this equation. You talk about the women, that's fine. They need representation, but I would argue there's babies in this equation as well. They need representation. Oh my God. You seem to deny that. That's fine.
Robbie, you're talking to a pregnant woman actually at the moment, so I'm well aware that there are babies involved.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. There's 4 of us in the Parliament that take a position that we're against. We're the pro-life party, and I don't know what else to say to you about that. And I really object to you saying we're chasing this. I didn't put out one media release. I was chased by the media. I'd try and talk about crime or cost of living, and you could chase me, you force me to give a response, I give it, and then you arc up. We're allowed to have some beliefs that differ to yours and differ to other people. We've got the loosest abortion laws in the country. We're allowed to say, oh, we think you've gone too far. We're allowed to have an alternate view in this state, aren't we?
Absolutely. As you say, it is a democracy, but let's just clear it up now. So are you going to attempt to repeal the legislation as it stands?
I'm going to test the Parliament. I don't know if it's going to be a repeal. I've got a bill that's already got to go in because it's already been in the last one about babies born alive. It could be an amendment. It could be a new bill. So you've forced me to make a position by saying, will you test it? And yes, I will. And, if that's is that a repeal to 22 weeks, 16 weeks? I don't know yet. I can't give you all the... because it hasn't been a main focus of mine. You keep hounding me over it. I'm just saying I'm going to test the Parliament, and that's what's going to happen.
I'm not hounding you. This is the first time we've had this discussion. But do you at least acknowledge this is irresponsible, Robbie, to say, I'm going to test the Parliament? This just causes women so much angst. There are only 4 countries in the world that have regressed on this issue. The United States, obviously very high profile. We've all seen what's happened there. Poland, Nicaragua in Central America, and El Salvador. Well, they have regressed, Robbie. They've gone backwards in time.
You use the word... Well, you keep gaslighting here. You use the word regressed.
Oh, my gosh.
You're taking a position in saying that.
Okay, Jonathan, you've had a reaction there. What do you think about this?
Look, the reality is that you can't make abortion illegal. What you're doing is making safe abortions illegal. People are still going to seek out abortions. Women are still going to try and exercise bodily autonomy. What this is a conversation about is whether women are supported to do that safely. It's not my place to talk about this. I'm happy to listen to you guys. But I think there's a lot of misinformation on this topic, and I don't think we should be taking this line of argument very seriously.
What I also don't understand, Robbie, is you've been quoted as saying there are such serious issues in your electorate. Man Isa, jobs, disappearing. Why aren't you focused on that?
I can't believe you're saying this. Did I not just tell you I didn't do one media release? I responded And then the media keeps hounding me every time for a comment, and I'm saying, well, I'd like to talk about other things, and you keep saying, give me more detail, give me more detail. I said, well, I've given an in-principle response. And I think you love, fleshing out the debate and then pointing the finger at everyone and saying, you can't have a different opinion to us. I'm trying to
Robbie, if I had my choice, we wouldn't be talking. We wouldn't be talking about going backwards. Leanne, I'm going to throw it over to you. What do you have to say?
You're the one. I'd rather be talking about crime and cost of living, but you're the one bringing it up.
Well, look, thank you so much for maintaining the conversation about this. It has been a very emotional thing for many women across Queensland. Well, it's not a waste of time, Robbie. It's Leanne here, and it's really something that has caused a lot of angst for women right across the state, and particularly in my seat. Every single day during pre-poll, there were women who were stopped. Well, Rob, we're talking about a woman's right to choose over her own body. That's what we're talking about. And it shouldn't be a matter that is dealt with in the crime, as a crime.
There's women that disagree with you. You do realise that?
I understand that, but it shouldn't be a matter that is dealt with by a criminal court. It should be a matter that is dealt with by a health system. And it may not be my personal choice or the personal choice of another individual, but it shouldn't be something that we put onto everybody. Everybody should have their own choice about this. That's what it's about.
It's such a complex, nuanced,
emotional,
deeply personal
issue. Labouring the subject, don't you?
Tim, I'd love to get your view on this as well, because you voted against your party's stats in 2018. You were ostracised, really, when you did that. Can you just, what's your input on this?
I think that, my input is what I said in my speech on it, and I was very, very considered on what I said about it. My great regret is that in a campaign that we have been relentlessly focusing on the real issues of importance to a vast majority of people, and that's not to discount the abortion issue. It is a very real issue and a very important issue, but the real issues that were being talked about that people wanted action on were on the crime crisis. Remember, we've had 16 people lose their lives allegedly at the hands of young offenders in the last 4 years, and we've met those people, and that's tragic as well, and that needs to be dealt with. And then people not having a house over their heads, and we just saw on the news tonight, rents have gone up yet again in my own suburb of Hendra. So I think I've made my say on it. It's a great shame that it was introduced into this campaign. We certainly didn't introduce it.
So who introduced it into the campaign then, Tim? Who do you blame for putting this into this campaign?
Well, we've got Labor weaponising it. Robbie claiming that words being put in his mouth, or he's being harangued to answer it.
What do you think?
Harangued to answer it.
Do you think that's accurate?
Look, I was out campaigning. I don't know who Robbie spoke to. I know Robbie raised the issue of testing it on the House. We've ruled it out. We've said no changes to it. To answer Jonathan, we've said the funding that's there will be maintained and supported. And we want to now focus, we want to give that reassurance, and now we want to focus on the things that people have been telling us for the last 12, 18 months and beyond have been the most important thing to it. And I think it is a matter of great sensitivity. It's a pity it has been used as a weapon in an election campaign.
I
the one
agree.
thing that Robbie has been right about is that he has been trying to talk about other stuff. But the reality is that he's annoyed that people found out where he stood. That's really what's going on here. The Katter Party didn't want to talk about this issue because they knew it was politically damaging. The media forced them to talk about it, and now they're annoyed that they're having to talk about it. But this is part of the political process.
Robbie, what's your take on that?
That's garbage. I welcome telling people what my values are. I don't care if it loses me votes or wins votes. That's what I've said the whole time. I've expressed it's the whole point of the political process and the campaign is us being open about what our positions are. I'm sorry that a lot of people aren't so open about their values and align with that. I think that's what's lacking in Australian politics. I mean, it might offend some people, but we're supposed to have some values and stick by those. And I'm sorry that mine offends some people on that show, but that's what they are.
Robbie, obviously you said that if it gets tested in the House, it's going to come down to numbers. Just talking about how your party's looking tonight. How are your existing seats, including Marlina, for that matter, and do you remain hopeful that you might pick up some more?
Oh, look, it would seem very difficult at this point to pick up more. Look, I'd love to say yes, but it seems like there's a big swing against the government, and I think people have gone with a message that they're angry, and I think we got lost in the noise. They're big campaign budgets that you're up against, and very hard to with our measly little campaign budgets. It's very hard to break into that space, and I don't think we have. I think we're battling people that are turning off from politics, and they'll just listen to a little message. And in the last 2 weeks, we've just been absolutely pilloried by the LNP, saying we've done a deal, which is outright lie, is really offensive that they've carried on with that. But that's what they've said, and maybe that's damaged. I don't know, but really, yeah, I think it's going to be very tough for us to win any other seats at this point.
All right, Robbie Katter, thank you for your time, and we wish you all the best of luck up there.
Thank you.
Marlina, I'd just love to go to you. Tim said he's been busy doing his own campaign. Everyone's had other stuff on. You have been fully focused on this campaign for the entire time. Can you just set that up very clearly about how that all unfolded?
Well, it was a few sequence of events, but it's worth pointing out, Minister, that even before the official campaign started, Labor was bringing up abortion laws in Parliament in those final sitting weeks, talking about the risk that the LNP would bring. So Labor was already talking about it and throwing it out there. Then throughout the campaign, well, just before it, there were two LNP members, John Krause and Tony Perrott, who'd been at public forums that were then on the internet, and they were talking about their views and how they were against the current legislation and talking about, look, maybe there's a need for a look at it. Then the opposition leader came out and said there will be no change. That was his constant message, despite changing questions, repeated questions. So there were some vague statements there. So journalists were asking, well, how can you guarantee that? Will you allow your MPs a conscience vote? And then he wouldn't reveal his position, his current position on abortion, after voting against the legislation in 2018. So it is worth pointing out those sequence of events, because it was coming up during some feisty debate in Parliament, and Labor, ministers like yourself were bringing it up. And then I think what was fanning the flames with the opposition leader, he was struggling to answer the questions, to give straight answers on it, and then he revealed his position on it only a few days ago.
And that's why we have you on the panel, Marlina, for an independent, unbiased look at the timeline as it played out. So thank you very much for that. We are now going to go back to Mark Riley with another 7 projection.
Hey guys, interesting conversation there, and that issue really is affecting the votes around the state tonight. So let's have a look first at a couple of seats we're going to call now. And Morayfield, the ALP Police Minister, even though he sustained a 6% swing on the primary votes, still 45.6. The Greens down at 8.3 will preference One Nation, a little bit below where they would like to be. So looking pretty good there. Happy to call that for Mark Ryan being re-elected. Let's have a look at Bonnie. Now, the Screen of Dreams is calling that for Sam O'Connor, the LNP. And even though there is a swing, strangely, to the Labor Party in that seat, only small, and it's about 20% of the vote there. Let's have a look at the seat of Stratton, and here James Martin, again sustaining only a small swing, one out of every 5 vote being counted, not too far away, about on primaries of the Green there, preferencing the Labor Party on 2-party preferred, looking pretty good. So Stratton. Let's we've got a couple of minutes. I've just been looking up north, and there's some interesting things happening up here. When you're talking to Robbie Katter, these seats are flipping back to Labor now, the 3 seats around Townsville. So they're jumping a bit, but we're getting a large number of the vote being counted. Hang on, here. So Labor just ahead, sustaining a 2.5% swing. Scott Stewart just ahead there. Down here in Mundingburra, the LNP up a 6% swing, and Thorrengower another 6% swing, which should be enough if that's sustained for the LNP to pick up 2 of those. And the Katter Party underperforming from what their expectations were, and certainly those stories late in the week about them running second and above the ALP, that's not being borne out. Here, Barron River, about 4,000 votes counted there, very tight. Cairns, well, Michael Healy's doing better than expected with the small swing to him in two-party preferred, and Mulgrave also very tight. So there are some tight contests up there. We were told there'd be, but we look right at the top too. This was also, so Cynthia Liu has gone ahead. She was behind about 5 minutes ago. Not many votes being counted there. So
Ross,
interesting battles.
Earlier, you and I were talking about Mackay. Can you have a look at Mackay? I'm hearing that there might be some stuff happening in Mackay.
Yeah, okay, let's have a look at Mackay. So, Sidney Mackay on the primary votes, 23% of the votes counted. Nigel Dalton, the LNP, there at 40%, ALP 31. One Nation, 12 strong, Greens about 6, half that. So the preference flows going to the LNP on two-party preferred. We haven't got a two-party preferred vote there yet, but on those preference flows, that would put Nigel Dalton ahead on that count.
Yeah.
Tim, that seat's been held by the ALP since, I think, 1915?
1915, that didn't come over in 2012. Nigel Dalton has been an outstanding candidate out there. I've been up there 4 times in 6 weeks or so, and that just shows you the strength of the issues that Nigel's been campaigning on, and he's really capitalised that. Former Inspector of Police, former community policeman, great sort of reach into the community. Young people he's helped out, people with drug and alcohol problems all the way through, and I think he's a good...
Fun fact, sorry Max, for everyone playing at home, young pup journo Sarah, Nigel Dalton was actually one of the first people that I interviewed, my first gig in Mackay.
You might get to do it again.
He was the crime prevention officer, and he was telling us about how to protect your tools in the back of your ute.
Yeah.
So,
he's also a swimmer, so he always makes me want to go swimming when I go up there, so part of the detail. But look, that's looking good, but there's still an early number of votes.
But youth crime obviously is going to be in play in that seat. That was the issue there. Also looking at those Townsville seats, I'm actually a little bit more surprised that it's as tight as it is in Townsville, Thurungower and Munningborough, considering the amount of press has been given to youth crime in those 3 seats in the Townsville area.
Sure. Look, I mean, I think, and it's not often I'll agree with Jonathan, if at all, but the issue of the early votes is going to be a very significant factor up there. I was up in Barron River on Monday. I spent some time dealing with some matters with victims of crime, and then went out and visited Bree James on the booth out there. And my sense out there on that booth was that Bree was making some significant headway in that area, and that's all pre-poll. And it was a big number of pre-polls coming through that booth as well. So with 55-60% of people voting pre-poll across the state, any numbers I think before we get to the 30-40% mark are going to be at best, your best guess. And I know we go down that path, but there's still a long way to go.
Can you explain why there is such an impact and how that impacts the results coming in and the count?
Well, I mean, people will vote differently, and what we've seen most recently, I suppose, in the ACT elections is that the immediate count on the night actually showed that the ACT Liberals were going to get 10 votes, but when you got the in-person polling booth results, not the electronic votes, that slipped back by a seat or so. And it's been a trend in recent elections that's being observed, and that is that the early voting is very different from the on-the-day voting. We had a very strong ground campaign in terms of postal votes and pre-polling, getting people out there, getting those postal votes in. So I think we're going to probably have, as I say, a bit of a wait in some of these seats before we know what the ultimate outcome is. In Clayfield, my seat, for example, between 12 and 14,000 people pre-polled. And then there's 4,000 postal votes to come in. So I think I'm pretty okay, but nonetheless, I mean, I hope I am. That's what my people are telling me on the ground out there. But nonetheless, that will have an impact on it, and people will vote differently early on in the campaign as the issues and the issue agenda changes.
I would go so far as to say that maybe Labor has made a strategic error in this election in that they saved some of their bigger announcements for quite late in the piece. Like school lunches was a winner. Even that announcement about more GP clinics, which again was partially borrowed from a Greens policy, that was a really good idea to invest more in GP clinics and bring down the cost of access in healthcare. But they left it too late to announce those things. People have already cast their postal votes. People have already decided who they're going to vote for. So we're seeing this late swing to Labor in terms of the last couple of polls coming in. But a lot of people who voted early hadn't even heard about those big vote-winning policies that Labor announced. They left them too late.
So, Leanne, a strategic issue there, you think?
Well, look, equally, you know, the actual LNP costings weren't given until very late as well.
Yes, yeah.
And so when we saw those potential big cuts, I mean, $6.8 billion and the equivalent of 17,000 frontline workers, when people heard about that, they started rushing to the pre-poll to make sure that they could cast their vote in a way that would support their own work life. So, you know...
It is weird, right, that voters are casting their vote before all the policies have been announced, before all the costings are in. They're acting without enough information, and that's something that I think goes to a deeper concern about how democracy is playing out.
So the voters are wrong?
No, I'm not saying the voters are wrong. I'm saying the voters haven't been given information by the political parties that they need to make an informed decision.
Or do you think that they... Sorry to cut you off, Jonathan. Do you think that they already thought they had enough information?
Maybe, but I mean, some of those announcements that came late in the piece may well have changed people's votes. And, like, I'm not trying to, you know, say the Greens are amazing, etc. But, like, the Greens announced a lot of our policies earlier on, so people knew where we stood. They had a really clear idea. This is the Greens platform. These are the key issues for the Greens. And it was only quite late in the piece that we started to get a really clear idea of where the major parties stood on some of those key issues, by which point a lot of people have already cast their vote.
Could this be... You also had 3 terms of a Labor government, and you've had, you know, it's 4 years since the last election, and very different to that last election, you know, the COVID election. So I think that played a part as well.
I can, if I can interrupt, I've just got a note from our team there that the LNP will call Mackay and Keppel, so maybe we'll have a look at both of those. So.
Interesting. Yeah, we might,
if you're interested in that. So obviously,
we might have a look at that, Riles. Let's have a look at. We just looked at
Mackay.
Mackay.
View on that is.
Yep, let's have a look. The seat of Mackay. So Nigel Dalton. There, we're just here.
That'll be coming from
our
that lead is
getting
on the ground.
Right.
a little bit bigger on. We haven't got the two-party preferred vote there yet, but on those preferences, yes, Nigel Dalton looks like he will win that seat. And the other seat you mentioned, Tim, was Keppel.
Yeah.
Let's go there and have a look.
Interesting to have a look at that.
So, yeah.
But that is pretty low.
14.5%. I think we would give that to the LNP.
Is it possible to break down the vote there? Because I wonder...
and Keppel...
I wonder how much the One Nation vote played into that, with James Ashby being in that seat in Keppel.
In Keppel?
Interesting to see.
Yeah, sure. Let's have a look.
Because he was campaigning vigorously up there.
So, yeah, running third. 24%'s not bad on primaries. But those preferences will flow more strongly to the LNP. The Greens way below him, so you can imagine that they have a similarly strong preference flow to the ALP. So on those numbers, with a 3-way contest, if James Ashby maintains around mid-20s, I think we can call that for Nigel Hutton. I think he's won that seat.
Just a note with interest, it might seem like a small thing, but the legalised cannabis party is hitting 7% in Mackay. That's interesting at a time when the major parties are saying we want to lock up more people who are using drugs, and then you've got a significant proportion of the population saying, hey, we think this should be legal. There's a divergence there in political values that we need to pay attention to.
Sure, yeah, okay.
Thanks for pointing that out, Jonathan. Now, we are off to Capalaba, where victim of crime Russell Field is hoping to unseat the MP Don Brown. The LNP candidate had an awkward run-in with the Premier earlier this year. Take a look.
Hello. Am I a victim? Do you know I'm a victim? Yes. Okay, what happened to me? Tell me. Well, you should know. Please see us. My son, Matt Field, Kate Ledbetter, and an unborn child, Miles, was killed by a juvenile driver in a stolen vehicle.
I might not have recognised him on sight, but I certainly know that awful story.
Yeah, well, the awkward moment there between the Premier and Russell Field. Let's go to Russell Field, who's with Amanda Stoker now. Russell is the LNP candidate for Capalaba, and Amanda, the candidate for Udjuru. Russell, a huge reason behind your decision to run.
Yes, it is. It was sort of had an opportunity to do something good, in my opinion. And when the current sitting member Don Brown came out with a comment that youth crime is a media beat up, that was the final sort of trigger I needed to say, well, I've got skin in the game here. I have to do something about it. A lot of people said to me, why are you doing it? And I said to them, it's the right thing to do. Things have to change. And until victims themselves stand up and start to be counted, it'll stay like that forever and ever. So I thought, well, now's an opportunity to do something. And hopefully we can make change come this election.
Russell, it's Sarah on the panel, on the desk rather. After going through such an enormous personal tragedy, has that been enough to keep you going throughout this campaign? Everyone we've spoken to has said this has been such a difficult process, everyone's exhausted, or is that all the motivation you need to keep going and then to keep trying to implement change?
Well, like I say, how would you say it? I've enjoyed what I've been doing. It's a drive there to try and get change. And I stand up for all victims, not just us. Whatever I do or have done, it won't help our situation. But if we can do something that's going to help one other person and save their life, then we know it's done its job. And hopefully I may have achieved that already. But if not, we're going to continue to fight, try and get justice in this community, justice in the state for victims. Rather than have all the assistance and they go to the perpetrators, the victims should be the first person to be looked after rather than anybody else.
Might be an obvious question with an obvious answer, Russell, but has it been worth it? What are you hearing out from people you're meeting on the street every day? Has this all been worth it?
Well, to me personally, yes, it has. People deal in grief in all different ways, and I found it very, very satisfying to go and meet people. I've had ladies come running down the passageways, bursting through screen doors, and giving me a hug, and they are in tears, and through no fault of their own, but just remembering that accident. And these people are also victims in a sense where they are. Nobody knows about them. I spent 15, 20 minutes, half an hour with some of these ladies, and they just needed to tell their story, how they feel and everything else. And that was sort of comforting, and I could go away from those places knowing that they felt better. They wanted to tell their story, as do every other victim in this state. We all need to stand up and tell our story, but there's nowhere for us to do that. And hopefully we can make change, and we have to make change. And if we don't, something is wrong with the society that it continues the same way as it has done for the last 10 years.
Well, no one can argue with your passion and the effort that you've put in, Russell. It's been quite remarkable. I just want to ask Amanda there as well. Amanda, you've now running for the seat of Uluru. How's the day been? What's your feeling?
It's been such a privilege to run for this seat. It's a wonderful community with warm and kind people. I've had a great time on the campaign trail, and I'm hopeful that this community will support the LNP's plan to make their community safer, to make better access to their health services, to bring down their cost of living, and to make sure that housing is within reach for another generation.
Yeah. I just wanted one more word to Russell before we go. Russell, youth crime media beat up?
I know for a fact it's not, despite some other people. But that was the driving point for me. I've got skin in the game here, and I thought, well, if I don't stand up, who will? And I'm standing up for all victims, past, present, and future. And I know always will be, if elected, be passionate about that cause.
And we can understand why. Russell and Amanda, both thank you there for your time. Leanne, I just wanted to go to you. Has Labor underestimated the impact of youth crime on various communities up and down this state?
Well, look, there's no doubt that there are many communities that are being impacted by these events, and certainly we're seeing that right across the country, and we're seeing it in other countries as well. So we're not alone in all of this. That's why we've seen such an investment from the Miles government around, in particular, addressing those intervention and prevention measures, strengthening our youth justice laws, and of course looking at the support of victims, establishing a victims commissioner, and all of that actually makes a bit of a difference.
But you've had almost a decade in power. I was a police reporter here in 2014, 15, 16, 17, and the stories that we're covering now are exactly the same as back then, if not worse.
Well, look, I think obviously we have to take the police data itself, and what we see is the police are telling us that we're not seeing those big spikes in youth crime. But what we are seeing, and the police tell us all the time, that the big increase in crime has been around domestic and family violence, and that has been a real concern for many of us. That's why we've invested so much in that space, but it continues to be a major source of the crime activity that we're seeing in our state. Sadly.
Leanne's 100% right here. There's almost a separation from reality we're dealing with, where, generally speaking, statewide, crime trends are dropping. And Leanne's right that domestic violence is increasing. But what's been really strange about the way this narrative has emerged is that there's been a conflation of different kinds of offences. Now, what happened to Russell's family was awful.
Horrendous.
But that's a pretty rare occurrence. It is horrible. It should never happen to anyone. But it's pretty rare. What has happened through a combination of political posturing and how media reports this stuff is that everyone who's experienced a break-in or had their car stolen has been taught to empathise with what Russell and people like him have gone through, to the point where they start to feel that they too have suffered a near-death experience. And I'm not diminishing that it does suck to have your car stolen. It's awful when someone steals a package from your front door that you expect. But that is not the same as being the victim of a violent assault. Like, I've been the victim of a violent assault. I was hospitalised. I was punched in the face by a stranger. But that's not the same as having a car stolen. And it's really odd, looking back at this election, that everyone who was suffering, I guess, those lower-level property crimes came to see themselves in the same light as people who've suffered really horrific, violent assaults.
Do you think they do?
Well, I think there's been a conflation. I'm not saying people think, oh, I've gone through exactly what that person's gone through. But what could easily have happened instead is that we could have recognised that the death toll on Queensland roads is rising dramatically. There's been a huge increase in the number of people killed in car crashes, number of pedestrians and cyclists being hit, etc., etc. Far more people being killed by those kinds of criminal offences related to negligent driving. But we don't, when we talk about victims of crime, we're not talking as much about the road toll. We're instead talking about property break-and-enters and stuff which, to be honest, isn't on the same level of severity.
You're right. I'm going to just tell you some figures here. So the Queensland Police Service says that the rate of child offenders, which is what this is all about, dropped by 2% in 23-24. Now, since 2012-2013, they're down by 18%. So you're right on the figures. I guess what a lot of the people in a lot of the public has a problem with is that the nature, so there might be less crimes, but the nature of those crimes are quite graphic. They're violent. They're in people's hallways. So I wonder if that's where it's... and it's usually a lot of these crimes are being committed by recidivist offenders, young offenders who are out on bail. I think that's probably...
As Leanne said, the big issue here is domestic violence, and we should be talking a lot more about that because there are far more of those offences than what we're talking about. But I mean, part of what's happened here is that more people have CCTV at home. So there's more shocking or sensational footage of these low-level property offences. So it's the victim's fault? No, that's obviously not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. Let me finish.
That's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying.
You're making all these unsupported comments and say, well, it's the victim's fault now.
I'm not saying it's the victim's fault. I'm simply saying that there has been a change in the way this stuff is reported, where we're seeing more sensational footage every night on the media that feeds the narrative, that fuels that fear. And what we're seeing in society right now is that a lot of people are struggling. People are struggling to pay their rent, struggling to pay their mortgage, struggling with groceries. They're feeling insecure. And it's been very convenient for the right to say your insecurity is because of kids. That's what's happened. People are legitimately concerned and frustrated about the state of society, and the LNP and others have given them a really convenient, simplistic answer, which is not really going to, locking up more kids isn't going to put your rent down. Locking up more kids is going to make groceries cheaper. It's not even going to help those kids. It's not even going to make us safer. It's just something we've started to say to distract us from all that other stuff that really we need to be talking more about.
Well, sorry, Sarah. My apologies.
Oh, no, I was just going to add that you are right. I did a documentary on youth crime earlier in the year for Spotlight, our national investigative program, and I was talking to one of the superintendents up in Townsville who said that domestic violence is the number one reason for call-outs. Youth crime is 5 or 6, but it's become such an emotional issue again in that community that seems to be what people are more concerned about. And again, it's not backed up by the data, it's not backed up by the statistics, but I guess it's their lived experience.
Well, youth crime rates are dropping and people are talking about it more. That's really what's going on.
Excuse me. There's been a 101% increase in stolen cars since 2015.
Is that a rule?
There's been
figure, or is that per
44%.
capita?
There's a 44% increase in break-ins under Labor, 123% increase in robbery under Labor. This is the report on government services.
But what
62% increase in serious repeat offenders in recent years, and we are seeing the rate of recidivism increase so that it's gone from 400 only 4 years ago to over 700 now. So we are seeing an increase in those numbers, and these are the things that are important. And Jonathan talks about cost of living. Well, it's pretty hard to earn a living when a tradie's ute with all his tools in it has been stolen for the third time. It's pretty hard to earn a living when your laptop has been stolen out of the front of your car or out of your house for the third or fourth time. It's pretty hard if you're a small business person, the window's been smashed into, a dozen on Racecourse Road 3 weeks ago.
No one's disputing that, Tim.
All done. So yes, there is a real problem. And Bob Atkinson's report onto youth justice said justice must be bookended by community confidence and prevention.
But we need to fact check.
And that has been lost. And the policies that the Greens put forward are not going to restore community confidence so you can deal with the issues that lead to youth crime.
I am going to keep this going because obviously there's a lot to say on this, but we do have someone out in the field who's going to join us now. Our reporter, Anna McGraw, is outside Premier Stephen Miles' home in Murrumba Downs. Anna, what's happening there?
Well, the Premier is right now at home with his family. He's watching these results roll in, and we have no idea as to when he will be heading to Labor headquarters, which is just a short 10-minute drive away from here. But he's sitting there taking it all in, waiting to make his move and head to Labor headquarters. Whether he's declaring a win or defeat, who knows just yet. It's looking a little bit close at the moment, but we have eyes on the Premier and we'll keep you updated on his movements this evening, guys.
You are not wrong there, Anna. I was pointing to that scorecard earlier in the evening. The target is 47 at the moment. It is ALP 35, LNP 36. So let's get the latest projection with Mark Riley.
So, guys, we're calling the seat of Kawana for the LNP and Deputy Leader Jared Bligh. And we are also looking at a couple of other seats that are very interesting votes jumping back and forth, but we're pretty confident now that Leanne Enoch, our panellist, has held her seat of Algesta.
We should probably look at Clayfield if we're going to be checking.
Sure. Okay, we were there before. I don't think the sitting member's all that nervous, but he's 2.2% swing. I can confidently call that for the sitting member, Tim Nichols. Congratulations.
I'm very grateful, Mark. It's the earliest it's been in a long time.
Well done to both
I'm always used to fighting a marginal.
Winners are grinners. All right, well, Laura Gerber could be Queensland's next Youth Justice Minister, but in 2003, the member for Currumbin was on Channel 7's Australia's Worst Drivers. And guess what? We found the tape.
Of course we did.
Laura passed her driving test on the 10th attempt.
I reckon it's this way.
In less than a year, she's caused havoc on the roads.
I reversed into my mother's car. I reversed into our retaining wall and took it out. I ran into 3 cars and caused a 3-car pile-up. I also reversed into a pole in a car park, and I reversed into a tree. And I ran over a speed sign and right-angled it.
It took Laura less than 5 minutes to hit 5 cars.
Yeah, here we go.
And what's frightening is that for Laura, this is normal driving.
There should be a statute of limitations on these things.
And Laura Gerber, as you can see there, joins us now from Currumbin with our reporter Michelle Jensen, a very good driver. Michelle?
Hello guys, well Laura, we have just had quite the introduction for you here. A bit of a flashback to about 20 years ago, I'd say, when you were a P-plater. What do you make of yourself back then, since you are now the re-elected member for Currumbin?
Well, when I was 19, I was on a reality television show for Channel 7. But I'm telling you now, I am so grateful to be able to be re-elected as the member for Currumbin. I am very, very humbled by my community, the trust my community has put in me, and it's an absolute privilege and honour to do this job.
Now this has all just happened. She was one of the first to be called in her seats. It was only about an hour and a half into the count. And there's been cheering going on here, on and off all night, so I hope you can hear us. But how did that feel for you?
Look, it actually is very humbling. The trust my community has put in me, and it hasn't happened without a lot of hard work. I have run a really grassroots campaign, but for the last 4 years I've been standing up for my community on Labor's crime crisis, housing crisis, cost of living crisis and Labor's health crisis. So I just feel really privileged to be returned.
And it is quite the turnaround, because this was the LNP's most marginal seat. It was won by a margin of 0.5% at the last election, 500 votes in it. You mustn't have expected this so soon.
310 votes, actually.
310, amazing.
No, yeah. I was
a very different story.
Yeah, I was on a knife's edge, and I was really nervous watching it on the ABC just there, super nervous. But just really humbled that I get to do this for another 4 years and get to represent my community.
And your portfolio has been youth justice. The big slogan of the LNP's campaign has been adult crime, adult time. I'm guessing you think that has worked well in this electorate.
Yeah, on the booths today, crime was one of the number one things people were talking to me about, particularly youth crime, but also our plan to do early intervention and also rehabilitation. I think it's really important that we intervene early, but also rehabilitate those youths.
I might have to intervene there. Sorry, we're going to throw back to Sarah and Max now. Guys, there's a party atmosphere here tonight.
Thank you, Michelle and Laura. I'm sure you're a much better driver these days. That was very unfair of us. We are actually hearing in the seat of Keppel at the moment, Brittany Lorga is conceding. Riles, I know we just looked at this, but can you have another quick look at Keppel for us? Yeah,
this is a seat we called a little bit earlier on for Nigel Hutton. The X factor here is James Ashby for One Nation, who has drawn 24% of the vote, and that means that Brittany Lorga's primary vote is down around 14% on last time, and Nigel Hutton has really held up the LNP vote, in fact increased it by about 3%, but the strong showing by James Ashby means that Brittany Lorga will lose that seat. Nigel Hutton will be the new sitting member for the LNP.
Right.
Minister, Keppel, Brittany Lorga's been a member there since 2015.
Yeah, I mean, we came in the same class, so obviously really disappointed for Brittany, but and we've seen obviously a preference arrangement, a deal between the LNP and One Nation, and that has paid off for them.
It is quite tight at the moment, isn't it, those numbers? It's, 37 ALP, 38 to the LNP. Tim, is that where you expected things to be at this point?
Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, it's going to be a long night. It may take some while, given those early pre-poll votes that are still to come through. I mean, I think some of the research was showing, we were talking earlier, between 5 and 8% swings. We're seeing it, but it varies. That's Queensland. That's what makes it so interesting in a political sense. What's going on? I mean, I'd be interested to have a look at how we're going up in those 3 Townsville-based seats. And
we should go back to Riles. Let's go back to Riles, yeah.
I'm not sure, Mark, what your numbers are showing.
Yeah, I was just having a look at it. They've all 3 have turned blue just recently. So they've been tight, but in Thuringowa, the LNP is now ahead. There's a 6% swing there, which is enough, if that's sustained, to take that seat. Very tight in Townsville, and that's been going a bit back and forth. Mundingburra is a bit we've given that to the LNP. I think LNP's won.
I mean, there's still early numbers.
Thuringowa, yeah, but we look at the primaries. Katapati wanted to be up into the 20s, but still at 13.8. It's a fairly strong preference flow. The Greens at 5.8. It depends where the independent. We know where the One Nation preferences are going. Depends where the independent goes there, but that looks pretty good for the LNP. Townsville, similarly, Kata, 12%. Probably wanted to be, we heard Robbie earlier, I think they wanted to be about 30%, but nowhere near that. The Greens polling more strongly there at 9%. One Nation and an independent sharing about 7%. So
that holds.
Yeah, if that holds, the LNP then at least gets 2, if not 3 of those seats, which is interesting. And of course, Mackay is the other one we have already called.
Ross, I just wanted to step back and have a bit of a bird's eye view here. There's been a few stories that we were expecting out of tonight, and one of them was going to be the influence of the Katapati. Now, aside from Sarah's robust conversation with Robbie. He seemed pretty downcast about their chances compared to what they were about a week ago. And now you look at Morani and you look at their performance in Townsville. Is the story of tonight, one of the stories of tonight, has it been perhaps the underperformance of the Katter Australia Party so far?
Absolutely.
I mean, these are early numbers, some of these numbers.
You can draw a correlation, Max, and it's pretty obvious, I think, that the Katter Party were certainly stronger in the early parts of the campaign, and their vote has dropped off appreciably in the latter part of the campaign. Why do you think that was? Because of the abortion debate, and women women who are voting for the Katter Australia Party are not voting for it tonight. But
Ros, sorry, can you go back to Mundingburra as well for a second?
Sure can.
We're all over the map for you, mate. Sorry about that.
You're right.
I just want to see how quick you can go on this thing.
Oh, sorry, you're Mundingburra. You're testing my dexterity, but here we go. There we go.
Okay,
so 13.3% for the Katter Party there. This is one of those seats where Labor was concerned that the Katter Party might even outpoll it, but it's got nowhere near it. So
well, it was slated as being a real 3-horse race in Mundingburra.
Yes, we were thinking about 30-30-30 and the other 10 here. But it hasn't turned out that way. So, that's half the vote that was expected by the Katter Party.
Michael Pugh,
I wonder if half the voters would be female. Would that be right? Roughly 51%, something like that. I mean, I'm not great at maths, but I reckon that's the abortion debate has had a massive impact on their primary vote.
He's also got a colourful past, that candidate.
Yeah.
Convictions for break and enter and theft.
It's a story of redemption.
I think there. I mean, that's a crime. That was the epicentre of crime for many years, and people are just fed up. And a great candidate, Janelle, a police officer with boots on the ground experience, who has gone out and campaigned solidly on that, and a very, very credible candidate who has worked hard, and that looks like that result is paying off for her. So it was the number one issue.
If you have transformed them to blue, and let's say that you do win government, now the pressure is on those three those three members,
yes,
because people voted for the change based on what you're saying.
That's right.
You're going to have to deliver.
It's going to be work, and we've been upfront about that. If that is the case, then the job starts straight away. We set our Making Queensland Safer laws will be introduced and passed before Parliament rises for Christmas this year. So that's an agenda. We're hungry to do the job. We think we can do the job, and we've put policies forward that the people, we hope, will accept, will do the job, and so we will stand on how that goes.
We managed to let Mark Riley get about 5 breaths in, but I've just been told that we've got another Mark Riley projection.
Yeah, in the seat of Ipswich West, where the pool voters have had 3 members in a year, it looks like their third member will be Wendy Bourne of the ALP. The swing is 9%, but will be sustained on those numbers, with a preference flow from the Greens and the Legalised Cannabis Queensland Party, 6%. So all that going to the ALP under their preference deal, which should get Wendy Bourne across the line. And so we're calling Ipswich West now for the Labor Party.
That's great.
And your reaction to that, Leonie?
Lots of nodding going on over here.
Well, Wendy is just a fantastic advocate, and she'll be a fantastic local member. And it's good to see that seat come back to the ALP. It is part of our heartland, so it's lovely to see that come back.
It was a double-digit swing against Labor in the by-election. How has Labor managed to turn it around there?
Well, I guess, we all know that in by-elections it, doesn't favour the incumbent government. And certainly as, people think about the longer term, I imagine that they've come back to us knowing that, Labor always makes sure that we take care of people. You're seeing our commitment around the cost of living measures. It's made a real difference to people's lives.
Let's talk about those cost of living measures, because obviously we've been talking about youth crime and a lot of other issues, but front and centre, a lot of people vote with their hip pocket, right? Labor very early on started putting out the cost of living, the 50-cent fares. It was late in the piece when you put the free school lunches out there, free TAFE. The state-owned petrol stations, okay, that was all on the taxpayer's credit card, though. So free ain't free.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, we've been really upfront about this. We know that there is a global cost of living crisis. It is not just in Australia, it's not just in Queensland, it's right across the globe. And so we're doing what we can right now to ease those pressures. You know, we hope that in the next few years we see some of those pressures come off around interest rates, etc. But right now, families are feeling it. And Stephen Miles has always been very upfront, and you can see in the last 10 months he has absolutely taken a you know, forward step in those measures to support families right now who are doing it tough.
And let's remember that, sure, these cost of living measures have an immediate impact on the budget, but they save money in the long term. If you invest in public transport, that means you're moving more people by buses and trains. That means you have to spend less money on road widening, and God knows highways are a black hole for public funds. Similarly, if you put that money up front into good early stage healthcare, then you don't have as many people presenting to emergency rooms later on. So it's a bit of a myth to say, oh, these cost of living measures, they're going to cost someone down the track, they're going to cause a budget blowout in the future. Not necessarily. A lot of these are really sensible investments. But one thing that I'm struck by, and this is a shift we've seen in the political landscape in the last little while, is that these are universalist cost of living measures. So Labor didn't say we'll make public transport cheaper just for people on low incomes. They didn't say we'll make free school lunches free just for poorer families. They've made these available universally, and I think that's a really good thing. It's played well with voters because it cuts across some of that divisive class politics. It says everyone deserves these basic essential services, and I think that was a really good move by Labor. Obviously, I'm pleased they're picking up on some of those Greens ideas, but that is a qualitative shift. We're moving away from the idea that this stuff has to be means tested and that only poor people get to ride the bus cheaply, and saying everyone should get to ride the bus cheaply, and hopefully one day everyone will ride for free.
Tim, do you think an LNP government would roll out $1,000 electricity rebates in your budget if you win?
Well, I guess, you know, when we talk at cost of living, we talk about many things, and the electricity rebates obviously were welcomed, as were the 50-cent fares, which we have said we will continue on with. So we've made that commitment because we understand that people have been feeling the pinch. I guess the question is, that pinch has been felt for over 2.5 years. And Stephen Miles was the Deputy Premier for that period of time. Why did it all come after the budget in June this year? Why wasn't something being done about it well before then? Why weren't people taking action to reduce it? And cost of living has an impact in many ways, whether that's your insurance premiums going up because of the crime issues that we've been talking about, whether it's the rent going up. So it goes across many factors. So we've welcomed it. And certainly we've committed to keeping the 50-cent public transport fares.
This is another issue that we will undoubtedly come back to, but right now we need to go back to Riles with another 7 News projection.
Yeah, so let's go up to the very far north in Cook.
Wow.
And there, let's have a look at the primary votes. So David Kempton, the LNP, at 34.2, ALP at 28.5, Katter Party polling stronger there than it is around Townsville, 25, One Nation, 6.5. On those numbers, the LNP will pick that seat up. So if we have a look at last time, the ALP was at 40% on the primary vote, Katter was down at 17, and the Green about 5. So this year, the LNP is much stronger on the primary votes, Katter Party much stronger on the primary votes, which means the preference flow is going to help the LNP candidate. Confidently at the moment, yeah, some of these predictions might change through the night, but with that one, I think Cook looks like it's going to the LNP.
Marlina, what do you think of that one? Cynthia Liu.
Yeah, well, first Torres Strait Islander elected to Parliament, came in 2017. What do you think, Minister?
Yeah, well, look, that's a very big electorate. And so there are lots of remote booths that I'm sure aren't all counted yet. So I think we need to wait a little bit longer for that one. And that may change a few things. But certainly losing Cynthia Liu would be, you know, quite disappointing, I would say. But while I've got everyone just for the moment, I'll just let you know that Labor has called a few seats. First one, of course, was Marumba. Woodridge has been the second seat that Labor has called. And Jordan and Waterford.
Can we just have a look at Woodridge quickly? Because one thing that I was really interested in this election, and geographically it's quite a contained issue in a way, but I was handing out at Kurraby this afternoon in the Stretton electorate, and definitely at that booth, which has a really high Muslim population locally, a lot of people were voting Greens for the first time. And I think the same thing has been happening in Woodridge. And the feedback I was getting again and again from voters in those electorates with really high Muslim populations was that Palestine was their #1 issue. They weren't happy that the Labor Party was still supporting the weapons industry and doing deals with Elbit Systems. They weren't happy that the major parties were quite pro-Israel in their stance.
And they were voting on state
And they were
lines?
voting on in the state election on these issues, because there is a connection to the state, because the Labor government has, I would say wrongly, been quite supportive of the military industry in terms of making deals with weapons manufacturers, in terms of professing support for Israel. And I think it's certainly not going to change the outcome of the state election overall, but it's been really interesting to see that in those communities that have high Muslim populations, Greens vote has grown.
OK, well, we're just going to return to that breaking result out of central Queensland now. Labor's Brittany Lorger conceding defeat in the seat of Keppel. This is her speaking just moments ago.
The numbers are not in our favour, I'm sorry to tell you. And I knew that tonight coming here that it would either be jubilant or it would be heartbreak. And I feel your heartbreak because my heart is broken too. We have worked so hard for our community over the last almost 10 years, and we have achieved such amazing change.
Leanne, that tough to watch?
Yeah, it is tough to watch, of course. I mean, I think, regardless of your political persuasion, when somebody's put all of their effort into a seat, into a campaign, to not have that seat fall your way is incredibly heartbreaking, and you can hear that in her comments tonight.
And that was a nasty campaign at times.
It was very nasty, and I have to say that has been a feature of a lot of campaigns, mine included. Very personal attacks from my own LNP candidate in my seat, standover tactics and, intimidation approaches to my volunteers. But yes, Brittany has very much sustained an incredibly, sometimes nasty campaign against her. And to see the One Nation outcome in the deal with the LNP, I'll be interested to see what that looks like post all of this, and what kind of deal got put on the table between the LNP and the One Nation to be able to get that result.
Tim Nichols?
Oh, look, I mean, if you lose a seat, you lose a seat. You cop it on the chin. That's politics. Excuses about intimidation or standover or deals. I mean, Green and Labor
But there's no excuse in that kind of behaviour,
sure. No,
I'm not saying it's...
That's always an excuse that's put forward. But if the reality is there, make a complaint. I have had people say things about me. Look at the campaign that's been run against David Crisafulli for the last month. I go back to 2012 and look at the campaigns that ran against Campbell Newman at that stage. When it comes to running a smear campaign and knocking people over on personal issues, the ALP are the past masters at it. So I just don't cop it.
I think you're both as bad as each other.
I just don't cop it.
All right,
and as for doing deals, the Greens and the Labor Party, they are the past masters of doing those deals. That saves them all.
All right, I think we'll go around in a circle. So let's go back to Riley with a 7 News projection.
All right, another seat to call. We're calling now Thurringale for the LNP. Natalie Maher now on 40% of primaries. Katter Party still lower than where they wanted to be, but with One Nation there, you've got about 20% of preferences flowing up. And so the Screen of Dreams calls that for a win for the LNP, which means all this area here now around Townsville is looking pretty blue. And the further out you go, it just gets bluer and bluer. There's a little bit of red as we get up to Cairns, but that's really the only little spot of red on the map in the north at the moment. Look at that. It's all going to be blue. All blue. As we go down the coast there, all blue.
Yeah, well, that scorecard is creeping up now. It's 42 LNP.
Tim, is that the impact of your crime?
I'm pretty confident that on what we've seen in those numbers and what we're seeing on the tally sheet there, that at this stage, it's pretty clear that the Labor Party will not be able to form a government.
Right, so minority at best.
At best. But I don't think the numbers are going to be there. So the Greens are going backwards. Katters haven't picked up any. So I think at that stage it's going to be very, very difficult for Labor to be able to form a government based on those numbers and based on what we're seeing come up on Mark's board there in terms of where the swings are.
That's a drastic shift in North Queensland there. With, I don't know what Hinchinbrook's doing, or even Barron River I'm hearing is worth looking at. That's
Barron River and Marlina might be worth a look as well.
Yeah.
So we can have a look at Barron River at the moment.
So we've got a big booth just came in there.
So we can expect the Greens' preferences to flow strongly to the ALP, but both these here, if you think about 13% thereabouts for the Greens, we're only a percent between the two majors at the top. This here is about 17, so the preference flows will preference the LNP ahead, and 4.3% swing. If that's held up, then the LNP's in a very good position to win that. We're about 25% of the vote, so 1 in 4 votes counted. And that is the picture, really, of the North. Remember, in 2020, we expected all these seats in the North to change as well, and barely a vote change. This time they really are. So a lot of people who congratulated the Palaszczuk government for looking after them during COVID and now seem to be whacking the Miles government over youth crime and the cost of living. The other thing that is interesting, guys, when we've been talking about this through the night, just looking at the green heart of Brisbane and seeing what's happening there, there is a trend now emerging. It's still fairly tight here, but the Greens are running third in Cooper. Need to do better than that. And also McConnell, Grace is polling strongly there, and on primaries, the Greens, equal second, we could say, there with the LNP. So we need to keep an eye on that. Green slopes similarly close here. So who runs second might be interesting, but of course preferences will aid the ALP in all those seats. So they look pretty comfortable at the moment, 65, 55, 65.
We were just talking about cost of living just then. I guess it speaks to the unique nature of Queensland. There's the city, there's the southeast, but people living up in the far north parts of the state, 50-cent fares probably don't resonate with them.
No difference.
They don't care if you build the stadium at Cusack or whatever, but for cost of living in particular, it's hard to tailor something for a regional voter.
Their cost of living differences are different. Insurance, for example, cyclones, storms, flood. Crime is a big issue. If you're in towns, well, if your postcode is one of those northern postcodes, you are paying a premium in that respect. So that is a huge difference, and that's what's being felt, and I think you're seeing that in the regions. It looks like it's coming through. I mean, it's still a lot of votes to go, and I preface it that way because I think you realistically have to. But if that trend continues or is even stronger in the early votes, which is, I think, what we sort of are expecting.
That? Yeah.
Given that the early work that's been done, that might strengthen some of those numbers for us.
No, that's right. I really want to see the pre-poll and postals before we start calling some of these closed seats. But I did want to make the observation that it's interesting that in a lot of seats now we're seeing as many as 1/3 of voters vote in for someone other than the two major parties. In some cases it's Katter and One Nation, in some cases it's Greens, occasionally it's even legalised cannabis. That is a fundamental shift in Queensland politics, where once upon a time we had wall-to-wall two-party dominance and third parties didn't get a look in. But now we're seeing almost 1 in 3 Queensland voters in a lot of electorates are choosing someone else other than the two major parties. And again, I think that speaks to the deep sense of frustration people have, not just with individual parties, but with the political system as a whole. People are frustrated, they are angry, and they feel like government isn't listening. And so whoever ends up in power in a given election cycle is really going to carry that frustration to the next one.
Yeah.
Well, whoever it is has a lot of work to do, I guess. Let's go to Ipswich West now, where Labor has regained a seat, as we learnt out before, that it had only just lost in a by-election. Wendy Bourne, you've won this time around. Congratulations. How are you feeling? I'm imagining pretty good.
Well, I'm feeling fantastic, but it's a little early yet to call it, I think.
OK. Leanne?
Well, I think, as I said, Wendy will be a fantastic... And it's great to see you, Wendy, and I think she'll be a fantastic local member. But like a lot of seats, we're just... you got to watch for all of the early voting results. So I think Wendy's right. We just have to... for some of these seats, we've got to have to wait a little bit longer.
Okay, so cautious optimism at this stage. Wendy, what have you been speaking to people in that electorate about today? What have they been saying to you?
Oh, it's all about cost of living for them. Just, buying their groceries, paying for their petrol. So it's been huge conversations about cost of living across 95% of the community.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Wendy, and fingers crossed, but it's heading in the right direction by the look of things. Please stay with us. You're watching Vote 2024 Queensland Decides live on 7 News.
The dinner parties are back and will shock Australia.
Guys, they're not all cooked. Okay.
And the biggest bombshell is the one that's never happened before.
Your scores will be revealed to the table.
It was crap. Like, I wouldn't eat that.
Like trying to eat cardboard.
Can you leave me alone 2 minutes?
MKR goes ultimate. Monday, 7:30.
You wonder how I do it like that? 2 steps, then I bring it right back.
Wait, hold up.
Bring it right back. Bring it right, bring it right back.
Even tough tummies can be sensitive. Milk that's naturally free from A1 protein. Only A2 will do.
Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean.
At Coles, we're on a mission to help inspire Aussie kids to eat better and to get active too. Isn't that right, Jeremy?
Sure is.
We're proudly sponsoring kids' sports programs like Coles Mini-Roos, Coles Little Athletics and Coles Healthy Kids to get kids moving and to support local communities all over the country. Coles, proudly supporting kids' community sport.
Harris Scarf Summer Sale is on now. Save 40 to 60% off quilt cover sets and sheets, plus 50% off quilts and toppers by brands like Tontine and more. Hurry, sale ends Friday, 1st of November. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf, great brands, great prices.
Bob made the simple switch to a Suncorp Bank Everyday Options account. Using the sub-accounts feature, he impressed Sally with his budgeting skills, which led to triplets and a flying family trapeze act. A simple change can pay off with Suncorp Bank.
Upgrade your shave with Gillette Labs. The pivoting disc turns with your face for an unbeatably smooth finish. Gillette Labs, unbeatably smooth.
We could explain how Honda's intelligent self-charging hybrid system improves fuel consumption when compared to petrol grades. Or we could show how it performs. It's not a hybrid, it's a Honda hybrid.
As well as tax cuts for all taxpayers, household and eligible small businesses will receive energy bill relief. And soon people with an existing student loan will pay less overall. Visit supportingaustralians.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Brett dropped 29 kilos and got back on the field. Jake lost weight on the go. Matt swapped overweight for poolside swagger. We've helped over 2 million Aussies lose weight with the Man Shake.
Frustrated with your whites turning grey over time? Try new Vanish Gold Pro. At 20 degrees, it removes tough stains better than detergent alone. Plus, it keeps your whites crystal white even after 50 washes. Trust Vanish, forget stains.
They wonder how I do it like that. 2 steps, then I bring it right back.
Wait, hold up.
Bring it right, bring it right, bring it right back. Bring it right, bring it right, bring it right back.
Welcome back to Queensland Decides. This is a live look now at both the LNP and ALP headquarters, and we're no closer to being able to call this election. Still a bit early. There's still been no word either from either of the leaders.
I wonder who is going to be in the winning seat when they step up to that podium tonight, whenever that might be, if it is tonight at all. In fact, on the numbers at the moment, Tim Nichols, what are you hearing? You've had some information about Morani and also Pine Rivers up on Brisbane's north side.
Well, Morani is something, I'm not sure, Mark, if you can pull that up, but I'm hearing that on a couple of substantial booths, including the Morani booth, there's been a 10% swing to us at that booth, and also at the Walkerston booth we're getting something like a 14% swing in primary votes to us at that booth. So that is a contest, obviously, with Stephen Andrew. Stephen was One Nation, is now with CAP. As a result of that, understandably, One Nation are unhappy with him, so they're preferencing their votes to us. So that would be interesting to see whether Stephen can hang on there and how those numbers are looking.
How much do you think the Netherdale situation falls into that? Up there, there's a little town of Netherdale. That's where the dam was going to go in, the pumped hydro was going to go in, towns were going to disappear. That's in the town of this area of Morani. How much do you think that played into it when the LNP said that you were going to do away with that particular project?
That's a very big issue up there, as you know, and we've visited the valley up there a number of times in relation to what is happening to the homes and so on. So I think it's a small population but a vocal population, and it's played out pretty strongly there. So I think that will be of some significance in that part of the world. But I think you've got to also look at the numbers there and what's happening through, with Stephen, either being ejected, I think was probably more the case, if I recall. He was dumped by One Nation.
He was dumped by One Nation.
But it's now lost to the KP.
And then sort of mucked around and then signed up with CAP.
So I mean, that's how the
CAP's better in North
seat.
Queensland than they are in Central Queensland in that sense, and so. That's come through there, but Glenn Kelly is a good candidate up there. I've campaigned with Glenn a little bit up there, and he's done enough to get himself in a position where he can, he can pick up the votes there that's necessary. And that'd be interesting to see. It's still, 40% of the vote almost counted there.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see whether that flow follows.
Yeah. Preferences will be incredibly important there, the way they break. So the Greens will go.
And the ALP will preference CAP ahead of us.
That's right. So that would put CAP ahead on two-party preferred, at the moment.
Yeah.
But,
it's interesting to see how it's flipped, I think.
Yeah. And Pine Rivers was the other one. Ross, can you have a look at Pine Rivers?
I think was one we were looking at pretty closely there. I just thought it might be interesting to see where that's going. Dean Clements has been phenomenal working on the ground. He has been one of the hardest campaigners I've ever seen, and was well recognised on the booths there. A lot of people knew Dean and knew who he was. Now, whether it's enough, but I mean that's
pretty tight.
That's pretty tight.
And you're going to have a lot of early ones there. But what's you've got a pretty reasonable swing underway there, and Dean has really caught up and pegged up with Nikki Boyd there. So
that's almost 6%, almost 6%.
Plus your early votes.
We probably see on the last election. So the ALP polled almost 45 on primaries, now down to 36. So
they've almost flipped positions there.
They have indeed.
And
so that's a 9% drop in primaries for the ALP.
And those early ones come in.
Yes, and a 7% increase for the LNP on primaries. But these, again, the preferences will be material in that outcome.
So what do we put that down to? Out of Brisbane suburbs, up the north side there?
I mean, the outer Brisbane was susceptible, again, to, I think...
What's that, Moreton?
Yeah, so you've got the premiers up there. I think Kawangba, Shane King's up there. So those outer urban, I don't know what they call them, peri-urban areas, I'm not quite sure, but those outer urban areas have certainly felt the effects of the crime issue. Now, they would have benefited from the 50-cent fares too, remember. It's an expensive train ride in or expensive ride in. So something else has made a difference in those areas to change that vote around up there. And I would suggest to you, again, as I've said for quite a number of times, that the crime issue has played into people's thinking in that part of the world.
Can we, while we're in the outer burbs, can we look at outer south side Brisbane? We noticed during the break, the electorate of Stretton, there's a really remarkable swing to the Greens that I mentioned earlier, that I think this has something to do with the sentiment around Palestine. If you look at 2020, the Greens result was much lower. Back in 2020,
8%, 9%, yeah.
And now it's gone right up to 20.5%.
Yeah, that's...
And we see a similar trend in Woodridge, where the Greens vote in Woodridge, the next electorate over, 15% now. If you go back to 2020, we were barely 7%. So this is a really big swing in communities that have really high numbers of Muslim voters, really culturally diverse migrant populations. This is a growth area for the Greens. It's going to become really interesting in the federal election. We're not anywhere near winning these seats in the state election, but the state electorate of Stretton overlaps entirely with the federal electorate of Moreton, where Graham Perrott, long-term Labor MP, is stepping down. And that's the real target for the Greens in the coming federal election. So the fact that we've seen more than a 10% swing to the Greens in Stretton should have Labor nervous in the federal for Moreton.
Well, you can see the most of votes coming from Labor too.
Yeah.
So Labor was polling at 56.6 the last election, now 47.7.
I think there's a by-election
Green has
between that
almost
as well.
trebled the primary vote, so most of that has come from Labor.
Yeah, a huge swing to the Greens. So I guess congratulations to Ahmed out there. That was really interesting to be out at that booth this afternoon.
Well, Riles, you know better than anyone. Again, a lot of federal MPs looking very closely at this.
Absolutely, and that's a good point, particularly the Greens in those seats that are affected by the Middle East conflicts. There are many at the moment. And Labor Party's struggling with that at the moment. When you think about inner west or central west Sydney and in Melbourne, there are a lot of seats there where there are strong Muslim Arabic communities, and this is very instructive about the way that those people may vote. And of course the Labor Party and the Greens have been in a pitched battle federally about the Greens accusing the ALP of being complicit in genocide, which has caused quite a ruckus in Canberra and a split between the two parties, at least rhetorically. But in the end, I mean, in seats like this,
still safe Labor at the state level.
Safe Labor, and those preferences will flow strongly back to Labor. But it's a statement, there's no doubt about it.
The level of frustration was palpable on the ground. I've never seen people so motivated and certain, people who've never voted Greens before in their life. Traditionally, Labor working class migrant voters who are switching to the Greens in really big numbers in booths like Kurraby. It'll be fun to look at the booth results on.
It's really interesting because we were chatting before, Jonathan, about how some people have basically switched off, you know, and the pre-polling and the level of that potentially indicates that. But then in this other way, I guess that goes to show that people are very switched on and they're very engaged in what they're seeing.
I wanted to just draw our attention back to a debate we were talking about earlier. We've talked about it a couple of times tonight. But now the scorecard has moved on to 43 LNP, 39 ALP. Clearly KAP have underperformed. Now that we see those numbers, can we finally say that abortion is just done now? The numbers have fallen in such a way that there is no risk of that. Leanne?
No risk of, sorry?
Of repealing the laws now, like...
Well, I mean, anybody can put a private member's bill to the House, and so that would test.
Be purely testing the assurances.
And we've just heard tonight that Robbie Katter has said that he will be testing the resolve of the Parliament.
So therefore, testing the resolve of David Christophilly and
correct. And what we've seen over and over, and of course, now, Marlina was talking earlier about conversations that were being had in Parliament before the election campaign proper. When you are pre-selecting very strong anti-choice candidates to be part of your team. And, David Christophilly has said this before, you need to just know your team. That's what a good leader does. Well, and he says he knows his team and that somehow they're not going to take their conscious vote and repeal the legislation.
Yes, you can put it to bed. We've said quite clearly there will be no change to the termination of pregnancy.
So no conscience vote.
David has said that the team has said there will be no change to the termination.
And so if Robbie Catt introduces a conscience vote...
Who knows what Robbie Catt is going to do? I listened to that interview. There were about 10 different variations.
Well, he did say he was going to test the Parliament on it.
He was a bit confused.
And he didn't know what he was going to do. He's changed his position twice during the course of this campaign, from week 3, I think, of week 2 of the campaign to week 4 of the campaign. I think Rob probably has more important things to worry about. Given what's happened to the party up in North Queensland and their really failure to perform despite all the big talking that was going on in relation to it. So, I can certainly say, our position is unchanged. People know my position.
Of course.
I haven't.
Yes.
I haven't.
Yes.
Respect to you,
and I have no change in my position. But I've been asked it many times. I think we were in Mackay, Marlina, when I was asked it 10 times, and I've been in Rocky.
I think we were standing there for about an hour.
I was on the circulation in my leg.
That's the thing, though. But that's the thing. You're on solid ground because we know how you voted. It's been well publicised. But we also know how David Crisafulli voted, and a slew of others.
And a number of others.
And I think David's been upfront that his position is now that it's a health choice, and I've got no reason to disbelieve anything that he's said in respect to it. I've had a lot of conversations.
Do you trust him?
I do.
But the issue we now need to be turning our minds to is the very important question of how far does a woman have to travel in order to access a safe abortion? How many hours, how many kilometres? I'd be interested, Tim, do you think it is reasonable that women in regional Queensland have to travel 2, 3, 4 hours to get an abortion? Well, and what will you do to change that if you guys do end up in government?
Well, I mean, I think that there are a range of issues that go to that particular question. I mean, we know there are a whole heap of things around the delivery of services. Sure. There are concerns in relation to availability of services. And those are matters that I think are around the way these things are done, not that they can be done. And the fundamental argument has always been about, can it be done, but without the sanction of the criminal law?
But if it's legal and you still can't get one because you have to travel in a plane or you have to travel hours and hours to get one, or the waiting list is long, that is still an important issue here. And I haven't heard a clear answer about how far should a woman have to travel to get an abortion.
And that's an unfair, but it's the same. It is a similar question to how far women have to travel to have a baby.
Sure. Yeah.
It probably
or how far you have to travel to have a range of health service, dialysis.
Sure.
I was just going to say, probably speaks to a broader discussion about the fact that healthcare in the regions isn't great, and that's something that whoever forms government is going to have to focus on.
We're going to bring in Mark Riley now, because obviously this is not turning out to be the election result that everyone thought they were going to get, or most people thought they were going to get. And the reason we're taking you back to Mark Riley is because, Mark, we're actually changing some predictions here.
Yeah, so the votes are changing as the night gets on, and I think the panel was discussing earlier that it depends, particularly in these larger regional and outlying seats, where the booths are and where the votes are coming from. So we were talking about Cook earlier on, and now the ALP sitting member is polling more strongly. So some of those votes have come in, as was predicted, from the outer booths, and so we've now taken that out of the LNP column. It's still tight on 2PP, looking pretty good for the ALP, but Catt is still there, polling about 22%. So if we also look at the seat of Mulgrave, a similar story, that is now starting to flip towards the ALP. It's still a very strong swing, just under 10%, but the ALP edging ahead there in Mulgrave, and also in the seat of Marlina that we were talking about before. So this one may change and flip as the night goes on too. We've got another 60% of the vote to be counted there. On 2PP, Catt's candidate Stephen Andrew has now gone ahead by a couple of percent, was behind by 1%, and you can see why. The LNP still out polling on primaries, but preferences of the ALP, One Nation helping the Katter Party, the Greens, only polling 3.2% there. So some of these seats, as we said earlier in the night, will swap and change as the night goes on, depending where the ballots are coming from, particularly in these larger electorates with outlying polling stations.
So what you're telling us, Riles, is we're all going to be sitting here for a bit longer.
Buckle up.
Very possibly. Very possibly. Yeah, buckle in.
We might need some snacks soon.
Yeah, well, I mean, ALP 42, LNP 40 now. Tim Nichols, that actually changes things a bit, doesn't it?
It does. As I say, it's going to be a long night, and a lot of those early votes some people take heart and some people lose heart. You've got to wait for the count. And I think Rocky might be interesting to have a look at as well, I think, as a seat that's moving around a little bit, because we've got the former Labor mayor up there, Margaret Strillo, who then ran as an independent. We've got a councillor up there who's running for us. And I think Barry retired, didn't he? So we've got a new candidate up there. So I'm not sure what Rocky would show and how that's going.
Riles, you got Rocky?
Sure do. Let's have a look at Rocky. So it was a three-way go with an independent polling reasonably strongly. Now, you're right. It's getting close on primaries there, and it will depend heavily on how those preferences break. And at the moment, about as tight as it can get.
Wow.
So
32 votes in it. 32 votes in it.
Yeah.
So that'll give you a headache, that one, because we have to determine where this preference flow will go to the majors. So very interesting indeed.
But I think that's an interesting seat again, a seat that hasn't really come our way for as long as I can remember. I mean, it was Rob Shorten's old seat for a long time, and the inimitable Rob.
Yes.
And it's been held by the Labor Party, so that we're even in that competitive range. But it just goes to show how hard it is and how high the mountain is to climb to get 12 seats in Queensland. With that compulsory preferential system that's been in place since 2017.
It's still interesting, Tim, all the polling, all the predictions were that you were going to have this major, incredible swing, that you were going to win by a landslide, and here we are, it's so tight. I think it's going to it might take a couple of days even to know who's going to be governing this country.
Cheap buses, Leanne. People love cheap buses.
Rocky's Labor heartland,
Absolutely.
though. And
you spent a lot of time in Rocky, Marlina.
Yeah, Keppel, Rocky, so central Queensland through there.
Townsville.
And Townsville.
Yeah, all right, well, let's bring us back to
Barron River.
Bring us back to the south.
But it's still hard. We're not. As that shows, we're still a long way short, and it just goes how hard it is, and all the wishful thinking in the world doesn't get you there. Wins the votes.
But I think this whole idea that there was going to be this massive landslide in favour of the LNP, and then everybody was nervous about, would we see a reoccurrence of a Campbell Newman style cut to public servants? And of course, we saw in the costings a real threat to all that, and people have been very, very nervous about, the cuts that the LNP will bring. We've seen it before, and that's what they were nervous about again.
They haven't forgotten.
They have not forgotten.
We're going to bring it back to the southeast now. Let's head to Surfers Paradise and incumbent MP John Paul Langbrook. John Paul, Max and Sarah at 7 here. Are you anticipating a ministerial role if LNP wins the government? But it's pretty tight.
Oh, Max, I'm not getting too far ahead. I've been listening and watching the coverage, and it's really too close to call for the moment. I do think that early votes and pre-polls are going to help us in a number of those seats. But as I say, we're not getting ahead of ourselves. We'll have to wait. It's going to take, obviously, some time.
What were the issues for the people on the ground down there in Surfers Paradise today?
Oh, well, they're the same issues as the ones we're prosecuting across the state. Youth crime, or crime generally here, lack of police support, health, housing, cost of living, affecting a lot of people on the Gold Coast as well. But generally a sense that because it's part of the state that's so conservative, 10 out of 11 seats being LNP, it's one that generally people here feel like we're forgotten by Brisbane Labor.
John Paul, we were just chatting here on the desk about the fact that, well, I guess the headline yesterday was that the LNP has potentially squandered this big lead that you guys had. Where has it gone wrong? Because we were expecting, was it long expected that by this stage you guys would be way ahead, and you're not?
Well, I think this is my 8th election. I've only been successful once in getting into government. which shows again how relentless Labor are at campaigning. So we always knew that that was going to be something they would do. They were able to pivot successfully using a technique that obviously the Democrats are using in America against the Republicans. And I just think that whilst at first I suspect that our campaign thought it wasn't resonating, it clearly did by the end. And I had people asking me about it today on my booths in a very, very safe seat, where I had to reassure people that there wouldn't be any change to the current legislation.
Marlina?
John Paul, it's Marlina Whop here. What have you thought about the opposition leader's performance? Obviously, you've been in opposition a long time now, since you were in government.
Well, look, I think David Crisafulli's done, as Tim Nichols before him and Deb Frecklington, me until I was replaced by Campbell Newman, it's a thankless task. It's a tough, tough job. David's been very strategic, very committed, worked very hard. It's just really hard against Queensland Labor. There's no doubt that in campaign mode, I think they're better than Queensland federal Labor for some reason, as evidenced by the results that Labor is unable to get in Queensland. It's just very, very tough. But David's run a great campaign. I know he's been subject to some terrible personal attacks that people never hear about and probably don't want to imagine actually happen. And that's obviously led to the stresses of the campaign adding up, because it does become absolutely exhausting, as I know every other former leader will say.
Well, I'm sure you're exhausted tonight, John Paul, so congratulations. Enjoy the evening.
Thanks very much, and it'll take a while for this result to become evident, but thanks very much.
You are so right, because as we speak, well, we have it at 41 all, so we're going to take you back to Mark Riley for another 7 News projection.
Yeah, and another interesting change in the vote as we get up now to 40% in Hinchinbrook. The Katter Party's Nick D'Amato is now polling at 47% in the primaries, very strongly indeed. And we can see we go back to last time, 42, so up 5% on primaries. And on our predictions, that's enough to give him the seat. So we're flipping that from LNP to the Katter Party. Guys, I just want to take you very quickly down to one of our battleground seats, Gavin, and have a look at the latest there. On primaries, ALP 42.3, Bianca Stone, the LNP, 37.8. There was a 7.8% margin in this seat, and Bianca Stone has picked up about 4% on primaries there. When we go to the two-party preferred, the swing is 5.5. She needs 7.8 to win that seat. We're getting up to roughly half the votes having been counted. So that's another ding-dong battle there. We'll leave that one for a while before we make a call, but we thought it'd be close. It is close, guys.
Sure is. We never thought it was going to come this close. 41 all as it stands. We're going to take a break and regroup. I hope that you'll stay. I'll try and get some catering in. Maybe some espressos. We'll be back just after a break. You're watching 7 News.
On 7 News, the ultimate shopping survey.
Some of the findings might really surprise people.
From supermarkets to white goods, makeup and home tech.
Where you can get the most bang for your buck.
10,000 Aussies give their verdicts. The brands voted best value for money. Only on 7 News, Monday at 6.
The 7 News app will give you the news you want every minute of every day, including breaking news alerts. Download the 7 News app now.
The beef.
Start planning your next trip with Qantas Hotels and Holidays, where the dress code is robe and slippers, and the only call you'll make is to room service, where your toughest decision is beach or pool, and your only appointment is at the day spa. where you can swim to your next drink. And you get a front row seat to every sunset. When you can earn and use Qantas points on every booking, you can't help but wonder, where next? Search Qantas Hotels and Holidays today.
Need a script quick but can't get to the doctor? Instant Scripts lets you request scripts in minutes. With Instant Scripts, help is as close as... Australia is falling in love with Instant Scripts. Online healthcare is as easy as...
Now there's an idea. Open the Google app, tap this, snap that, add that. Perfect. And he loves... no, he doesn't. More ways to search in the Google app. Frustrated with your whites turning grey over time? Try new Vanish Gold Pro. At 20 degrees, it removes tough stains better than detergent alone. Plus, it keeps your whites crystal white even after 50 washes. Trust Vanish, forget stains.
I've seen your photographic work. You're really very impressive. We don't send women to combat.
Well, that's a problem, because I'm here. Even when I wanted to look away, I knew I couldn't.
Lee, only in cinemas now.
Hey, Sue!
Bev, you're sitting on a monster.
It's my superannuation from Australian Retirement Trust. Big, isn't it?
I've got to get me one of those.
Awaken your super with Australian Retirement Trust.
Looking for your next dream project? Make it come true during the Stratco Dream Big Sale. Right now, get up to $1,000 manufacturer's rebate on Stratco Outback patios and a massive 20% off Stratco gable roof sheds. However you bring the dream, Stratco will bring the how-to.
Girl, I've been so lost, it's like I've been mapless. I know you've not moved on, you just cut your hair. Yeah. This could be a good night. Babe, no need to think twice. I will find it.
Welcome back to Queensland Decides, and I've decided to stretch my legs and come over here to the Screen of Dreams, which is...
Welcome to the stand-up area.
I think the poor old Screen of Dreams is going to melt on us. There's been that many changes tonight. But Mark Riley, I want you to take us to perhaps down to the seat of Aspley in southeast Queensland. Sorry, you were already heading to North Queensland.
That's all right. No.
But in Aspley, there's some interesting numbers happening there.
Yeah, so interesting, very tight on the primaries here. The Green at 10%, those... preferences will be good for the ALP, One Nation at 4. We don't know where the others are going to go, but we'll have a quick look, see if the ALP ahead, but on last time it's around the same, a little bit better for all the LNP, but certainly on primaries, on primaries, there's been a change. The LNP's gone ahead on primaries of the ALP this time. So
former Brisbane councillor against the Transport Minister.
Yeah, against the Transport Minister.
That's an interesting one.
Absolutely.
So, but that's in the southeast. Let's have another look up around North Queensland again. The Townsville's kind of been the story from the LNP's perspective. Yeah, I mean, it's been where the votes have changed most sharply, I think we can say, Max. You've got there's a 9.5% swing in Mundinburra. That is a very strong swing. 5.2 Thuringowa and 5.3 in Townsville. So fairly uniform between 5 and 9 there. And as we go up the coast and get up to Cairns, now see we've turned from blue to red in Cook, but in Cairns itself, now Michael Healy's looking a little safer than he was earlier in the night. So Yolanda Ench, Warren Ench's wife of the long-time federal member who's retiring himself, Enchy, nice fella, and Barron River. Now that's really close. Really close. 24 votes in it. Craig Crawford. 24 votes in it. Neck and neck on primaries. Strong Green preferencing the Labor. Katter and One Nation generally majority going to the LNP
there, so that will be tight through the night. You can't get
There are
much closer,
so many,
actually.
like we've seen so many seats that are like that. They're either flipping backwards and forwards or are so tight. We're going to be sitting here for days, aren't we?
Well, it could be. I mean, the interesting thing is the size of the swing. It's not a uniform swing. I mean, it really is a uniform swing. But even geographically, in Brisbane, some of these swings on two-party preferred can be as small as 1.4 and 0.1, 2.5. And then suddenly you're getting into 6%. You're back to 1.5. It's patchy. 8.7 really strong. These are seats adjoining suburbs. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Some people have really turned against the government, and other people haven't. In such ferocity. 7.7. A lot of these big swings, though, are being sustained in seats where the Labor Party has very big margins.
They could absorb it. Yeah, right. Well, I can tell you that thanks to Sarah's diplomatic efforts, the panel has decided to hang around. So, Sarah, you managed to get everyone to stay.
I've got one little box of Maltesers and they've agreed to stay for that.
Bribery, good old bribery. Wins the day. She's already starting her parenting skills.
The bribery, exactly.
Bribery, that's effective.
Yeah.
How about Mary? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Tim. Did you? Are you checking your seat, Tim?
No.
Oh, Maryborough.
Yeah, we called that early on.
Sorry.
Remember, that's okay. So One Nation, preferences there.
Cool.
Very strong indeed. So when we go to two-party preferred, 1 point, so it's a couple of percent in it.
Some more votes to count.
Yeah, more votes to come. It's still actually low there, 26%. Still reasonably low.
We started this night talking about the most marginal seat. Good old Bundy.
Yeah.
How did Bundy
go back and look at Bundy?
That seems like a long time ago.
It does. It's like a week ago.
Well, it's look at that. It's still red. So I think it was also saying that the word from the Labor Party was that Tom Smith was campaigning really vigorously and had a good rating there. So you might remember he was up by just 9 votes.
9 votes, yeah.
And now it's 565.
Well, he's been doing some work.
At this point. That's a lot of lawns that he's made, a lot of cakes.
Baking some cakes.
Exactly. So a bit to go in that, though. Still only 22% of the vote counted, but looking reasonably good for Tom Smith there at the moment.
All right, well, be nice to the screen. It's been
Screen's got to be nice to me.
Super hard.
It's a mutual relationship. It's a bit of give and take. It's like anything in life, Max,
Good stuff. Thanks for that, Riles. We'll take you back to the desk. Sarah.
Now, in the past 5 minutes, there's been a lot of texting, a lot of furious phone action going on here. Is anyone hearing anything? Marlina, have you been in contact with people?
I'm trying to, find out.
You got reception in here?
Just barely. I think my battery's getting low, though.
With the battery pack and all.
It is weird. We are at the top of Mount Cootha, and yet the phone reception's not great.
It's never been great. Leanne, are you hearing anything from your camp?
Just that, very interested in the South Brisbane seat, of course, and it's looking very interesting. I mean, I think, again, as I say, this big prediction of a massive landslide in favour of the LNP has not come to bear, and we've seen some of the Green support fall away also, and that's not come to bear as well. So that's very interesting.
So the Green vote increased, right?
But it's not been able to keep pace with where everything's going. So it certainly hasn't been able to turn some of those seats that they thought they were going to get.
We've talked a lot about the issues of this campaign, but Tim, I heard you say quietly just before about the candidates.
Yeah.
Now that the polls have closed, we can talk freely. Are you surprised by the Premier, giving him a promotion then, about how well he has campaigned in this past week in particular? And do you think what we're seeing and how close it is a result of some of those candidates and their individual performances?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much a truism in all political operations that the good, hard-working candidates are rewarded. Doesn't mean you always win, but you're rewarded with a good result. And good, hard-working candidates, they're not necessarily on the front line or in the headlines. They're the ones who burrow into their electorates. And Mark Boothman in Theodore on the LNP side is one of those who is a relentless campaigner. And Boothie's always out there every Saturday on the side of the road, going to the men's shed, just out there all the time. And he's able to secure what was, before he won it, traditionally an ALP-held seat. And he does it And it's not a blue ribbon seat by any stretch of the imagination, but Mark just works it all the time, and that's how he gets in. Nigel up in Mackay, same sort of thing. You know him, you know his work in the community, and that pays rewards. So that's how, you know, that's a fundamental of politics drilled into every new candidate, and some old ones.
You can still learn new tricks.
Yeah.
How were you surprised by Miles's performance? Were you impressed by it?
I mean, you know, you expect the Premier to be able to rise to a campaign and occasions. I mean, having been an opposition leader, I know the relentless nature of it. I know, you know, the lack of sleep, the travel, the time away from family. I think all leaders who undertake that role deserve recognition and respect for stepping up to the mark, and I think it's the opportunity to see how they perform under it. That's what a campaign is all about. It's that great test. I mean, David, who I've obviously seen much more of, is the same. I mean, he's up at sort of 3:30 in the morning, working all the hours that there are in the day. He's working out at the gym, and then he's up and talking to people. He's up doing the media conferences, whether you're on Sunrise or whether you're on Sky at night. You know, you're always on demand. So I think both leaders have stepped up to the mark during this campaign. Expectations are always different. I always think you judge them on how they perform during the course of the campaign, and I know how tough it is. So I'm very reluctant to criticise anyone for standing up and putting their hands up, and everyone deserves to be equally congratulated in that sense.
The one thing, go ahead, John.
Well, to be fair to them, the difficulty that both of these leaders have, and that any political leader has in the modern age, is that they're trying to resolve the contradictions of a broken system. Our system is not serving ordinary people very well, and you've got, whether it's Labor or Liberal, trying to maintain a certain level of profitability for larger businesses in the corporate sectors. So they don't want to tax big corporations more. But at the same time, you've got ordinary people struggling, needing more social support. So unless they're willing to increase those tax rates, increase those mining royalties, they don't really have the funds coming in to do everything that people are expecting of them. So they're forced into this situation where they have to rob Peter to pay Paul, and they can't pay for this if they pay for that, when really the problem they're trying to avoid is having that conversation about corporate tax rates. So they've backed themselves into a corner, and it's going to be the same if the LNP end up in power. People are going to be unhappy because some of their needs aren't being met. But unless you're willing to take on big corporations in the big end of town, you're not going to have the money to do that.
I'm just going to take you back to Mark Riley now. Of course he's at the Screen of Dreams.
Where else would he be? He can't leave.
There's some about, two or three seats that are just wobbling all over the place there.
Yeah, so there's 3 seats that have been keeping an eye on Max particularly. So Barron River, up north of Cairns. As you can see, this is really close with the LNP and ALP. Of course, it's an ALP seat, polling around the same, give a bit of a vote here or there. The Greens at almost 13. But One Nation and Katter collectively around 17%. So when we go to two-party preferred, you've got 24 votes in it. So we're not calling that Barron River. Let's go to Mulgrave, where we have a little bit different story, but in a way, a little similar. 3-cornered contests, the ALP outpolling the LNP at the moment, and the Katter party running third. The Legalised Cannabis Queensland Party, which is preferencing the ALP and vice versa. The Independent and One Nation, a lot of those will come up probably through Katter to the LNP. And when we go to two-party preferred, that puts the ALP ahead. You're talking about 357 votes, but only 20% of the vote counted. So that could change as well. We're not prepared to be calling that at the moment. And in the seat of Toohey, we have the ALP polling strongly in another 3-cornered contest. They're only 20% of the vote in at the moment. And when we go to two-party preferred, still a strong lead for the ALP. You would ordinarily put that in their corner, but we want to see, because of the makeup of this electorate, we want to see more than 20% before we make a call on that seat.
Just staying with Toohey, that again is one of those seats that falls within the Moreton federal electorate. I know I'm hammering this a little bit, but to see the Greens vote climb above 20% in suburban Brisbane, where historically the party hasn't done very well, is really interesting.
Yeah.
What's that swing from 2020?
Yeah, let's have a look. I was just about to do that. Yeah, that's an interesting point. So Sorry, where were we?
Toohey.
Toohey, that's
in
right.
southern Brisbane. So one of the stories of this
Through
election
Morton.
is that the Greens vote has been growing a lot in the suburbs. And that surprises me even a little bit.
Sure. So 21 there and 12. So again, almost doubled on the last election, and they're about 6% of that coming off the ALP. Well, actually, a little bit off the LNP. And you've got One Nation running there and the legalised cannabis Queensland Party too. So yes, almost double the vote.
Yeah, some really interesting swings in those southern suburbs.
Yep, and so Graham Perrott, of course, of the ALP, will be retiring in the seat of Morton in the next federal election, and that will be a key battle.
Morton's going to be one to watch, yeah.
Yep.
Well, the Greens were hoping to pick up a lot of seats, and we've actually got Michael Berkman joining us now from Greens HQ. Michael, how's it looking? How are you feeling?
Oh, look, the mood's pretty good here. I mean, we're seeing at this point it looks like a substantial swing and the highest statewide primary vote that we've ever had in a party's history. So that's a really exciting result. Moreover, I think I'm really quite... it's extraordinary to have seen Labor effectively drop their attacks on the LNPs to go after the Greens, especially in those seats where we saw the strongest chance. We had Premier Miles out there campaigning against the Greens, effectively giving up on trying to reclaim government. But I feel really buoyed by the fact that we have shifted the political conversation in Queensland so far, with Labor picking up countless of our policies, about half the 2020 platform. As a result, we've now got effectively free public transport with 50-cent fares. We've brought possibilities like free school lunches, free GP clinics, and some movement on getting a fairer share from the mining sector. They've been brought squarely into frame in mainstream politics in Queensland.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting point that I touched on earlier, which is that the Greens had a lot of policies that were really resonating with voters, which Labor picked up, and so this is another form of victory. We focus a lot on seats and how many votes we've won, but for the Greens, we look at outcomes as well, and I think Michael's right that we've secured a lot of policy outcomes this time around. By the way, Burko, congrats. Looks like you've held your seat comfortably. Well done, mate.
Thanks, Jono.
In terms of those other seats, there are some challenges there. How do you see them falling? Some of the other seats that you've been hoping to pick up there, Michael?
Yeah, look, it's a little difficult. I have been standing in front of cameras for live crosses for a bit too long now, but look, I mean, yeah, look, South Brisbane, as I understand it, what we heard from scrutiny is recently, the most recent news I had was that it's, the count's going to be closer than some of the early projections suggested. But obviously it's going to be a tight run race, and it's one of those real contradictions of the system here in Queensland, that we could see that big growth in our statewide vote and potentially go backwards in number of seats. But importantly, there's also been big growth in some of the key seats in urban areas. Greenslopes, Miller, we've seen really substantial growth there. So look, there's a lot to pore over. We'll be once I'm away from the cameras, locking in and checking out the results in a lot of detail.
All right, we'll let you go, Michael. Congratulations. Not sure what's going to happen in terms of the seats, but as you say, certainly in terms of the votes that the Greens are attracting, some green shoots, as they say, so well done. Well, let's go to some shots that have just come into the newsroom, where Grace has just declared victory. Here's what she had to say.
And the Greens thought they had it in the bag. Although we're exuberant because we've won the seat or whatever, it doesn't look like we're going to form government. Now, what that means is that there probably will be another government, an LNP majority or an LNP with cross-team support, a hung parliament, whatever it may be. That means that we don't hold a ministry anymore, and I've got staff here that when I'm not a ministry anymore, they don't have a job. And I want to thank them all very much for what they've done. That's the reality of politics, unfortunately. We've been conditioning ourselves to this. We're going to hold them in that parliament. We're going to hold them to everything we'll be back.
Yeah, Grace there.
Right. Well, that's very interesting. Grace there, saying that you're probably likely to get it, Tim, but will you form a minority government?
I think again, it's pretty early. I think there are more pathways to majority for the LNP than there are for anyone else at the moment, and obviously that's the case. We'll have to see how some of those early numbers are coming in. A pre-poll, I think, is going to... I'm just looking at some of those early scrutineering numbers are coming in at about 5% better than on the day polling.
Okay.
So if that swings through, you know, and I'll preface it by saying it's early, but if that number comes through on those pre-polling numbers, then more pathways open up for us on some of those seats that we've been looking at with Mark on the board there, where, you know, you look at Barron River and you look at a couple of those others which are more likely to sit over on our side than they are on the Labor Party side. So there's plenty of pathways still open for us to get there. But again, you know, I just need to emphasise winning 12 seats in these circumstances where most people's hand is against us has been a momentous effort. We went into this campaign, notwithstanding all the polling that was published in the papers. That's not our polling. That's, you know, all the others. We went into this with a Herculean task ahead of us to win 12 to get even Stevens, and then to get an extra seat, so, you know, you're more than a heartbeat away from being a minority, has taken a massive effort. It's only been done 3 times in 35 years, and that shows you the size of the task that we had. So the pathways are there. We're not there yet, but increasingly, if those pre-poll numbers flow through, I think, you know, there's an opportunity for us.
Leanne has to take her leave, as they say. Leanne, we want to give you the opportunity to give us a bit of a wrap-up of your sense of the evening.
Well, certainly just on Grace and her speech that we've just seen there, you know, Grace is a fantastic campaigner. The Greens threw everything at her and she stood up every day and put up the fight. So I do want to say that it's just fantastic to see Grace so happy tonight. And she is a big feature of Parliament, and I know Tim and Grace often have...
She's my neighbour.
She's your neighbour, that's right.
She should be thanking me for the LNP preferences.
Yeah.
They're going to get her over the line.
But look...
I won't be waiting on that.
But look, you know, Stephen Miles has absolutely put everything into it. He has left nothing in the tank.
Has he surprised you?
Oh, he has been amazing. Not surprised me, no, not at all. But the fact that he has been so courageous in the way that he has led in this last 10 months. He's absolutely looked at the progression of Queensland as at the forefront of his thinking, and he has thrown everything at it. And, you know, I think a campaign that I think everybody in the Labor Party will be incredibly proud of. But what I think is really remarkable about this, and the fact that it is so close, and it's going to take a few days for us to actually see an outcome, I feel, is that there was this sense that there was going to be a massive landslide. But I think what we've seen is that, you know, here we have David Crisafulli. I have to admit, he's run a very disciplined campaign. His small target campaign, he has absolutely maintained that.
Consistently on message.
Consistently, and that's, you know, that's a very important part of how you do this. But the more people actually saw of David Crisafulli, the less they liked him. And the backflipping that we have seen constantly from David Crisafulli, I think is something that voters and Queenslanders will really hold into account if he does get to form government in any kind of style. You know, from treaty to what we've just seen yesterday around the you know, number of victims and moving the goalposts on that, and of course the backflipping on the allowing of an LNP caucus to have a conscious vote on abortion. That backflipping, I think, is what Queenslanders have seen, and they've not liked it.
But based on these numbers, Labor can't form majority government in Queensland.
Well, I think it's still really close. I think it's still really close. There's a lot more to go yet, and you know, as Tim has pointed out also, there is the early voting and the postal voting still to come, and might be some seats that we will be counting and recounting before we get a result.
We're nearly at a break, but we've just got one more quick projection to hear from Mark Riley. Apparently it's a major projection, they're telling me in my ear.
Yeah, so our screen is now predicting that the LNP can form minority government. That would be with 44 seats, 3 Katter, independent possibly. So, you know, 47 or 48. There's we still have 2 seats in doubt, and most of these are fairly clear at the moment, although in a couple of those seats there's only a couple of percent. But this is a projection of our screen 44 seats for LNP at the moment. With three, Katter makes 47. Minority government, 2 seats in doubt, and in one of those, the LNP is ahead, Barron River, but only just 23 votes. We're waiting for a big dump of votes there over the next hour or so, and that'll become clearer. So at the moment, the way things lie, the ALP is out of government. But whether the LNP is able to form government with an agreement with the Katters, and don't forget that throughout the campaign, David Crisafulli referred to the Katters as chaotic. Now they're going to be perhaps a chaotic coalition panel.
Well, Tim, you said before we can put the abortion issues to bed. I'm not confident based on that.
Well, let's go. Let's see what the votes count. There's still a lot of votes to go yet, and with just 40% counted, and those early vote numbers coming through, and including some of the numbers that our scrutineers are giving us on the postals and so on, and recent history of elections where early voters have got a very different perspective than later voters, I think there's a lot of water to flow under that bridge.
Be honest, does that situation concern you though? Staring down the barrel, potentially having no choice but to
want to win.
But to do that.
We want to win a majority. We want 47 seats to get over that line, and anyone who says they don't is not being honest with you, being less honest with you.
Well, that's interesting because David Crisafulli said that he wouldn't form a minority government.
That's what we did.
He was very clear he wouldn't form a minority government.
Palaszczuk said the same thing in 2015
well,
too. So,
David Crisafulli said
I've been through all of this before.
Ruling it out.
Yeah,
Things to say on Friday compared to Monday.
Been through all the arguments.
I am mindful that Leanne needs to go, but I do want to get your reaction, just a final reaction to what we've just heard there. Not from Tim, but from Riley.
Well, like I said, I think also, as I said, there's still a bit more counting to do. David Crisafulli said categorically that he would rule out a minority government with anybody else. So, we'll see what that means. But to me, that's just another thing in the column, another backflip in the column of, the stuff that Queenslanders don't like about David Crisafulli. But obviously, voters are always right.
They don't like the Labor Party.
Just quickly, though, for people watching at home, if he's ruled that out and that's the only way they can form a government, well, what's the other option?
I don't know. Well, we'll have to wait and see. And I guess Tim's already said that they want to win, so they'll backflip on that one too.
But this is the end of an era for Labor in Queensland at the moment, isn't it?
Well, it's looking like that in terms of the numbers. But like I said, there's still, there's a lot of numbers still, a lot of votes still to count yet. So I think we're a few days off yet.
Leanne, thank you so much for joining us. We will let you go in this ad break, which we're going to...
Congratulations too.
Yes,
congratulations.
Thank you. Which we are going to go to now. We will be checking in with both party headquarters in just a moment. Please stay with us here on 7. You're watching Queensland Decides.
Now, tonight's Saturday Gold Lotto draw.
Good evening, Sammy Cheney here and welcome to tonight's Saturday Lotto Super Draw, draw number 4515. I hope you have your entry ready because the total Division 1 prize pool for tonight's draw is a magnificent $20 million. Best of luck. Here with me are our draw officials and government supervisor. Let's get started. To win the Division 1 prize, your 6 numbers will need to match the 6 winning numbers in tonight's draw. Let's keep those fingers crossed because our first numbers out are 42 and also 35. In last weekend's Saturday Lotto draw, 4 lucky entries won the Division 1 prize pool. Wouldn't that be nice? I wonder what dreams they're bringing to life. What would you do if you won tonight? Well, you'll also need 1 and also 43. Your next chance to play is this Monday with Cashcade Celebrations with an extra $1 million shared across Divisions 2 to 6. A perfect way to start the new week. But tonight you'll also need to cross off 25 and also 29. So let's recap those numbers. We have 42, 35, 1, 43, 25, 29. And our supplementary numbers tonight are 19 and also 31. Remember, you can also check your entry in store, online or via the app. Congratulations and good night.
Hello Queensland, get ready for an all-star mega week on Sunrise.
Paul Mescal and the cast of Gladiator 2. British pop icons Take That. Skating legends Torval and Dean. And Human Nature with a Motown Spectacular. Plus, a Sunrise Supermarket Christmas special. And Shervo's Big Scare.
His Halloween dare gone wrong.
Revenge is sweet, Nat.
Start with Sunrise.
Wait. What's that? Open the Google app, tap this, search with a screenshot. Ooh, obsessed. The perfect fit. More ways to search in the Google app. All right, you've got this. Let's get this cot home.
If you need help wrangling your money, we're right there with you. NAB, more than money.
I'm just after a gift for my dad.
What's the occasion?
Everything.
Finding a priceless gift at the right price? Nobody beats Dan Murphy's.
Take your hair care naturally from 0 to 100. Try herbal essences with 0 paraffins, parabens and colorants and 100% certified argan oil for naturally nourished hair.
Dave said get him a James Squire.
Pass it to Dave.
Pass it to Dave.
For Dave.
The Nick Scali Lounge Sale ends Sunday with up to 40% off leather and fabric lounges. Save up to 40% off at the Nick Scali Lounge Sale. Ends Sunday.
Fed up with germy cages? A thumb is all you need with new Harpic Hygienic and Fresh stickers. Just flush, push and hold for a boost of freshness with every flush. Try Harpic stickers for a hygienic and fresh toilet.
This is how we do it. There's no way that was out. It was above the knee roll.
Are you peeling lucky? It's ready, set, peel and win. Over $46 million in prizes. Cash, holidays, free Shell fuel for a year, millions of things. 1 in 5 wins at Shell, Coles Express and Ready Express.
Welcome back to 7 News. Repeating our breaking news, and the LNP could be in a position to form a minority government in Queensland. At the moment, we have the LNP on 44 and the ALP on 42. This election night is far from over. This is a live look at both party headquarters. Still no word on when we'll hear from Stephen Miles or David Crisafulli.
Our chief reporter Katrina Blowers is at the LNP HQ. Katrina, what's the atmosphere like there?
Well, I can tell you that in the last 5 minutes or so, it has completely changed. Earlier tonight, you could have heard a pin drop in here. The mood was grim, but just in the last 10 minutes, the party has gotten started. Certainly there's a couple of hundred people here now. They've just appeared from nowhere. They're cheering and clapping behind me. Word has gotten out that they believe David Crisafulli will be named the next Premier. There's still no sign of David himself. We're told that he is here in the hotel in the W, watching the count with his wife and 2 daughters. There's also a VIP room, which is off to the side of this main function area, where a number of key elected LNP figures are believed to be also watching the count. We have had Susan Lay here tonight working the room. She's been out at polling booths in Queensland today. But as for Peter Dutton, there was a rumour that Peter Dutton himself might be here. We haven't seen him yet. But there is a sizable security detail out in the foyer, so who knows who will arrive tonight. But definitely vibes are high, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Katrina. We'll check in again. Jacqueline Robson is at Labor HQ tonight. Jackie, how's everyone feeling there watching these incredibly close numbers?
Well, Sarah, everyone is incredibly surprised at just how close Labor has come to taking this. Obviously, they are now looking at the reality of being in opposition, but this has come out of nowhere. They say it's, 4 hard weeks of campaigning and 2 polar opposite leaders, one in Stephen Miles, who is very authentic and real, and they believe David Crisafulli has come across as too polished. But the mood is still high here. We are expecting Stephen Miles to start making tracks to the Murrumba Tavern here very shortly. We've seen a security car turn up and we've had his media team arrive at his home. He will walk through, we expect, those doors behind me, no doubt to the cheers of all of his volunteers and supporters here. He'll then make his way up to this lectern behind me, where he'll no doubt make his concession speech. But this is a result that Labor was not expecting but hoping for. They got so close. We did hear Wayne Swan is pretty confident that Stephen Miles will remain as leader in opposition. We'll have to wait and see if that's the case.
Thank you for that, Jackie, telling us what might happen, could happen, but Marlina, we don't really know what will happen. In recent history, we haven't had a situation like this where leaders might have to come out and give that middle-of-the-road speech, which is like, everyone just hold your horses.
Oh, I mean, looking at these numbers, it looks like Labor can't form a majority government here, but you'd think we have to hear from Stephen Miles soon. It is getting late in the night. The question will be what David Crisafulli will do with the crossbench and if there are going to be any deals made, Tim.
Come on, Tim, give us the scoop.
Well, here's the scoop. Don Brown has texted Russell Field to concede in Capalaba.
No.
Okay. Wow.
Really?
So
we might have a look at those numbers if that's all right, mate.
I've just got that advice.
Riley, we'll look at Capalaba if we can.
Yeah, sure.
That's extraordinary.
Okay, Capalaba, here we are. Russell Field at 43.6% of the primary vote. Don Brown down to 37, the Green 12.3, and on two-party preferred, the LNP ahead there, 42% of the vote, 2% ahead. And we look at last time, well, that's a big swing. So 9.8% margin there, and a 10.8% swing.
And Tim, you say Don Brown is conceding defeat.
Yeah,
that is.
Now people are saying he's texted.
One of the most extraordinary stories.
An enormous change in that seat. It just shows you how wild it has been in some of these seats.
One of the most extraordinary stories of this election, Russell Field, and what a night for him. Can you imagine the emotions that he's going through?
Yeah, I mean, I've done some work with Russ, as you know, in the Attorney General portfolio, and he is passionate and he's committed, but he is such a good, decent human being.
Down to
and down to earth. I mean, every time I see him, he refuses to wear an LNP T-shirt. He's got the most appalling collection of Hawaiian flowery shirts.
Yeah. I beg to differ.
And his idea of dressing up is to put a blue jacket over the Hawaiian blue shirt. But the Queensland Parliament will be all the better for him if that holds out. But it certainly looks to be the case. And so congratulations to Russ, and he will be a real living reminder of the things that have made a change to Parliament over the last 4 years, because it was his son who, back on Australia Day in 2021, lost his life along with.
I'm just going to interrupt you there, Tim. We've got Stephen Miles on the move. We just got a quick shot of him there in the back of that Kia van, obviously on his, we're guessing on his way to his HQ to perhaps concede defeat.
We'll wait and see. I mean, as I say, I think it's hard for the Labor Party from this position. It's difficult for us and there's a lot of votes to go. So
a lot of votes to go, but you were talking to me about those early pre-polling votes, and you are confident that they sway your way instead of Labor. You'd rather be you than them, you said to me.
Yeah, a number of places where we've looked at the pre-polls and the postals where they've done an indicative there, they're showing probably about a 5% better outcome for us than on the day voting, and so that goes to what we were talking about earlier, and that is people who were voting earlier in the campaign had obviously made up their mind and decided they had enough information and were prepared to vote. And we did a very extensive postal vote campaign, so we followed through on that, nearly 700,000 postal votes. So there is quite a bit of counting to come in on some of those seats where it is very, very tight. And you know, we will see that outcome over the next couple of days. Those postal votes have got 10 days to come in.
Tim, is there a bit of relief? You've spent almost a decade in opposition. That can't be easy.
No, well, politics is a reasonably wearing game, I think. So,
try being the Greens.
Talk about patience.
Yeah. Well, if you're smart, you won't try being the Greens. So, because you've just gone back one, mate. So I'm sorry to say.
Oh, we'll see.
Oh, we'll see.
We'll wait for them.
Claim them every way you can. We're keen to get into government and to deliver on the policies that we've announced for the people who support us, for the state of Queensland as a whole. We think we can make a difference. That's the reason we do this, and we think we can make that difference. We believe passionately in Queensland, its people and its future, and I've always done that. And if we are fortunate, this will be a great opportunity to do so. But this will only be the third time in 35 years that the LNP has, you know, in the modern era really, been afforded that opportunity. We're hungry to serve, we're keen to serve, and we want to.
And the challenge the LNP will have is that they seem to have won a lot of votes by promising to lock up children in response to youth crime. But we know that locking up children doesn't actually make communities safer. It doesn't actually deal with the underlying issues or the long-term problems that causes. So they may well have won quite a few seats tonight, but the promise that they've been elected on could be a hollow one, because the expert advice, all the data tells us that locking up children doesn't actually make anyone safer. So it could be a poison chalice in the long term.
Is that what you promised, though, Tim?
Well, what we've said, and it's been out there, is adult crime, adult time. So for the worst offences, for murder, for manslaughter, for grievous bodily harm, we think that the child should be charged using the criminal code, not using the Youth Justice Act. But we've also announced $175 million for intensive post-release supervision services. So that's an enormous part of a program. We've announced $40 million for 4 early intervention schools and another $40 million for kids who are actively disengaging before they get in the justice system. We have put money into faster justice, more prosecutors to get kids through the system, to stop them languishing in watch houses, which is what's happening at the moment, and additional district court judges. So it is a very comprehensive program, and people say small target. We have announced a huge program in the youth justice and justice facilities areas. The DNA lab debacle, fixing that up, one of the biggest issues in the Justice Department, in the justice system in Australian history, together with housing, removing stamp duty on all new home builds. We've put policies out there and another almost $600 million into the health system to deal with ambulance ramping. So Jonathan, I think, picks one aspect of the plan and refuses or doesn't mention all these other things which have been supported.
In fairness to Jonathan, the ads on TV are adult crime, adult time. That's the thing we keep hearing in the messaging. So that suggests that you are going to be locking kids up.
And we make no bones about that. We have said that is part of our policy, and that is clearly part of our policy. But we have also said we acknowledge that there needs to be a lot more work done with gold standard intervention and decent rehabilitation, and that is an important part of stopping that repeat offender.
And that needs to happen. I was in the Brisbane Youth Detention Centre in May. I interviewed the boss there, and 69% of kids who are in there today will be back in there in the next 12 months. That is a system
it's
that
a frightening
is not
statistic,
working.
and it hasn't got better.
And the problem
it's got worse.
is, if part of what's leading to this issue is kids feeling disconnected from society, disconnected from community, certainly don't trust law enforcement, locking them up and putting them through that system doesn't build that trust. It doesn't necessarily rehabilitate, particularly when we're hearing stories of children being strip searched. If I'm a 12-year-old kid taken into a watch house, strip searched by some guy I don't know, I'm never going to trust the government again. So we're setting kids up for failure in the long term. I'm sorry, I don't know. Does the LNP support strip searching kids?
Let me say this. I am the one who has raised on a number of occasions the failures in watch houses from people with young children with obvious mental health problems and disabilities being retained in solitary confinement for more than 23 and a half hours at a time.
Which is a breach of human rights.
Which is terrible.
And that's one thing, but like, you shouldn't be taking kids' clothes off without their consent.
No,
like, that's,
absolutely. And watch houses are not fit places for children. We agree wholeheartedly on that.
But even if
they're
they're incarcerated in detention, like if you're taking a kid through the system and you're strip searching them, you're cavity searching them, like that is a weird thing to do to children, to touch their genitals without their consent. And that's essentially what happens when kids are pushed through the system in this way. I know it sounds crass, I know it sounds a little bit melodramatic.
I'm not saying it sounds crass, it does sound melodramatic. And I've been into the watch houses and others. I think the other issue, though...
So will you confirm that you won't cavity search and strip search kids?
Well, I'm not in the business of confirming or denying anything that you're saying tonight.
Just, gentlemen, you can keep talking, but I'm just going to point out to our viewers that we're actually little live shots of the Premier's motorcade, I guess you'd call it, on its way to ALP HQ, where I'm assuming there'll be some kind of speech, Marlina?
Yeah, absolutely. So he's left his home in Mango Hill and on the way to where the supporters are waiting, where Jackie Robson was reporting from before. So I'm sure we'll hear a lot of things about a message to his supporters. He's been in the job for 10 months, but he'll be speaking to all those rank and file members who've been supporting Labor, for 3 terms and more now. So 10 months in the job, but he has been with the government for quite a few terms now.
Yeah.
I should just apologise because I don't actually know if your policy is cavity searching kids.
No.
I just want to clarify. I'm not sure if the LNP supports touching kids' genitals.
Thanks.
No, it's not. It's not.
Thanks for the clarification.
It's not. Please
clarify.
We're not in that business.
All right, fair enough. Now,
the imagination.
Obviously, as I've said, these are live shots of Stephen Miles on his way to ALP headquarters, and waiting there is a large group of people, a large crowd in red T-shirts, but among them all is Jacqueline Robson, and we bring you her live now. Jackie, the Premier is on his way. What have you heard? What are you expecting?
Well, Max, everyone's in position. You can't see, but there's a lot of cameras on the other side. The Premier, no longer Premier, Stephen Miles, will be walking through the kitchen, it seems, to get into the Marumba Downs Tavern. We'll wait and see, but he's left his home just 10 minutes away. He'll likely be with his wife Kim, daughter Bridie, and maybe his 2 sons as well, all here arriving very shortly, where he'll make his way onto the lectern and I guess give his speech to his supporters, those supporters and staffers that spent weeks and weeks trying to turn this around, and they got very, very close, but not quite there yet. Everyone has moved in towards the stage and they're just waiting for Stephen Miles to arrive. All the security is in place. We've got security just here. We're expecting him to either walk through the kitchen or the bar, which is quite an unusual way to arrive, but just seconds away we're expecting.
Thanks for that, Jackie. We'll check back in with you as soon as Stephen Miles gets there. I'm just looking at these numbers across the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I've seen that shift as well.
LNP 46, ALP 40. Miles, could there be a chance of a majority government here?
Yes, there can be. I'll just be going through the figures here. So a couple of things need to break in the LNP's favour, but they certainly can. So Barron River, we're only at 23 votes difference there. If there is a split of the pre-polls and particularly the postal votes, a break in the LNP's favour, then they are in with a real chance of picking that up. Similarly, in the seat of Aspley, it's about 550 there, but in the trend, the LNP's Amanda Cooper has been increasing her primary votes. We've got about 30%, 27% of the vote to come in, and postals, that's also there. You can get 500 votes back on postals. Mulgrave, a similar story, but we'll just see. So on two-party preferred, only 57 votes there, the ALP ahead, so certainly Terry James can overtake that number on pre-polls, and that would give the LNP 49 seats if all those break in their favour. And one more, of course, folks, the one that we've been, one seat that we've been looking at all night and will now for several more days.
Gaven.
In Gaven. So another 500 seats there. Yes, it has. And there's less than 1,000 on primaries, 844, and all these preferences to be doled out. So 500 votes can be picked up by an LNP candidate if they've done their postal votes and pre-polls.
And just interestingly, Aspley and Barron River, they're both ministers, Bart Mellish and Craig Crawford, in jeopardy there.
Here we go.
Correct.
All right, looks like we've got some movement at ALP headquarters. I'm not sure. Yep, that looks like Stephen Miles is just entering the building now, strangely enough, through the kitchen. Looks like a hug for the kitchen staff there. And on his way into the room to meet up with his supporters, and here he is.
How are you feeling?
Will you be staying on as leader, Premier?
Into.
It's taking its time.
Fair enough.
Barron River, Aspley, Gaven, Mob.
Queenslanders, I gave this election everything I had. To the Labor supporters here and around Queensland, I know that you did too. Being Queensland's Premier for the last 10 months has been the greatest honour of my life. For the kid from Petrie, it's more than I could have ever dreamed of. Watching the results tonight, it is clear that that hasn't been enough to secure a majority of seats for Labor, and also that the LNP is unlikely to have a majority. We will know more as counting continues in coming days. Many seats remain too close to call. If you consider what we were up against, this is an extraordinary result. It was always going to be a challenging election for Labor, but I have no regrets about the campaign or indeed my last 10 months as Premier. I want to congratulate all of our MPs who have been re-elected. We have seen some incredible results against the odds. My thoughts are also with the MPs who have lost their seats. They have been hard-working local MPs and I will miss them in Parliament. I'd like to thank all the volunteers who have fought every day of this campaign. There were so many red shirts on the booths today and at pre-poll these last couple of weeks. In every Queensland street, door knocking and at train stations and street corners, talking to everyday Queenslanders about what they want for their and their families' future. You should all be very proud of what we have achieved together. I'd like to thank our State Secretary, Katie Flanders. Along with Zach, she has run an exceptional campaign. She's brought people together from all different backgrounds and turned them into a united, thriving team. She also hasn't slept for 6 weeks. I'd like to thank everyone else at Campaign HQ and Kat and Amy and my team. I have not seen a state Labor campaign as well organised as this one was. I want to thank my Deputy Premier, Cameron Dick. I know a thing or two about being a Deputy Premier, and Cameron has been a good one. The mighty Queensland trade union movement. Thank you for everything you have done to support our campaign. I'd like to thank my mum and dad, my sister Kate, and my late grandparents. You all made me who I am. Most of all, I'd like to thank Kim and Sam, Aidan and Bridie. Your support lets me do this job. Thanks for joining me on the campaign trail. And thanks to Bridie for being in my strange sandwich videos. I hope I made you proud. I said at the beginning of this, I wasn't going to die wondering. And I stand by that tonight. I have put forward a progressive policy agenda that I am very proud of. The biggest cost of living relief package of any state ever, paid for by billionaire multinational coal companies. $1,000 off every Queenslander's energy bill, 20% off car rego, $200 kids sports vouchers, 50-cent fares. Our Homes for Queenslanders plan, our evidence-based community safety plan, the Putting Queensland Kids First plan, our satellite hospitals, something I started when I was the health minister. But good leaders don't just help with the challenges of now, they also have a plan for the future. At this election, I sought a mandate in my own right to do the big structural changes that will benefit Queenslanders for generations. a state-owned energy retailer and an energy price guarantee, state-owned petrol stations, 50 bulk billing GP clinics across the state, what would be the biggest intervention in primary care of any state or territory ever. Free primary school lunches. A simple concept that could be revolutionary for our state, because it doesn't just help with parents' grocery bills now, it helps kids to concentrate in school, stay engaged with their education, behave better for their teachers, and drives down rates of childhood obesity and diabetes. It is a game-changing policy that I am very proud of. Because it's a policy born from our Labor values, that every kid should have equal opportunity to thrive, that a state with an economy as strong as Queensland's can ensure its people reap the benefits of that economy. Those are my values. Queenslanders know what I believe and what I stand for. While David Crisafulli ducked and weaved and tied himself into the tiniest small target Queensland has ever seen. Never before has a party taken to an election with so little detail of their agenda. This election finishes with many more questions about the LNP's plans than answers. Will he give back billions of dollars to multinational coal companies? Will he savage the public service? Doctors and nurses, AMBOs, teachers, fireys, just like he did with Campbell Newman last time to pay for his promises? Will he have a conscience vote on the Katter's abortion bill and allow that right to be stripped from Queensland? Whatever the final number of seats, I will keep doing what matters for Queensland. I will never stop fighting for our Labor agenda. And I will never stop holding the LNP to account. Thank you all so much for your support.
Thank you.
Stephen Miles there with wife Kim addressing the party faithful at Labor HQ. Yeah, on you, Steve-o. They're all very excited there and pretty pumped up the Premier as well. He said it was an extraordinary result. He said he had no regrets. He said he's proud of his 10 months as Premier, that he gave this election everything that he had. There he goes with his kids. But really, throughout that speech still taking shots at David Crisafulli as if we were still in campaign mode and saying he'll never stop fighting for the Labor agenda. He'll never stop standing up against the LNP. What did you make of that, Marlina Whop?
Yeah, look, he all smiles there, but he's clearly disappointed and gutted by this. You know, it was a fierce battle, but they can't form a majority government, so this is an end of an era for Labor, leaving the room there. And the question will be whether he stays on as the Labor leader, because he did leave the door open the other day, but there could be other contenders in the mix.
Well, with those fighting words, it sounds like he's shaping up to stay on as opposition leader.
Yeah, I think he was making a bit of a case there for it, you know, laying out what
maybe
he did to the party.
Cameron Dick and Shannon Fentiman than anyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to go back to Mark Riley now, who, believe it or not, once again has a 7 News projection.
Indeed I do. The projections just keep coming. And remember, folks, this is a projection. So our algorithm, the Screen of Dreams, is now predicting that the LNP will pick up 49 seats, which would be governing in its own right. Why is it doing that? It's making an assumption on postal votes now. And we at the moment, there are 3 or 4 seats, in fact 4, Barron River, Aspley, Gaven and Mulgrave, where the ALP is ahead, but we're talking about somewhere between 23 and 500 votes. And they're the sort of votes that can change, and the results can flip on the strength of the party's campaign in getting out postal votes. So we're hearing the LNP is at the moment getting about 7% better on the postal votes than the ALP. And so in all those 4, you can see now it's flipped another one. On all those 4 cases and now 5, our algorithm is saying that the LNP can win. It is a projection, a best case scenario, but it could actually happen. The LNP could end up with high 40s and at the best case 50 seats, which would give it government in its own right if those postal votes break the way that the Screen of Dreams believes they will.
Just for our viewers' point of view, that is a live shot of LNP headquarters there. Obviously, the party faithful waiting for David Crisafulli to arrive. Mark Riley, that's extraordinary that we ended up in this situation when only like about an hour ago it was neck and neck. What did you make of the Premier's speech just now?
I thought it was interesting. He seemed to be re-prosecuting the case from the campaign, which, you know, is an odd thing to do. But this wasn't a Premier who was conceding defeat in a complete way. He was saying we can't form a majority government. So he's still giving himself a chance if something happens, strangely, that he might be able to negotiate some way to a minority. I don't think there's any way the ALP is going to be able to do that. And
was he auditioning for opposition?
The question now is what he does himself.
Yeah.
When there's a defeat in the ALP, there's an automatic spittle of the leadership. Does he stand for the leadership in that vote, which would happen once this is declared? And we know exactly what this number is. Is it mid-40s? Is it high 40s? Is it 50?
Right, but as I say, it could have been an audition for opposition leader. It might have been a shot over the bow for Cameron Dick, Shannon
A lot of
Fentiman.
fighting words in there.
Yeah.
You know, taking up the game. I'm not done with this yet. And so, you know, didn't sound like the speech of a guy who's going to give it away.
No, and he didn't mention having a phone call or anything with David Crisafulli saying,
in fact, he attacked David Crisafulli and said he was the smallest target in history.
He didn't talk about a phone call.
So there was no gracious kind of phone call congratulating the opposition. We're just going to take you to LNP HQ now. I think we've got Rachel Baxter standing by. Rachel, what can you tell us about the movements of David Crisafulli tonight?
Good evening, Max. Well, not quite sure just yet. We are waiting for him. Obviously, we just heard from the Premier just there. Not quite sure when he'll come down. We know that he is in the building. We know he is upstairs, but we're still waiting for him to come down and meet with his party faithful. The vibe here tonight I guess it started out quite subdued, quite low, but in the last sort of 30 minutes or so, as some of those seats have been won, it has really picked up, and there is a lot of confidence here tonight. Obviously, David Crisafulli has really hit some of those key issues over this campaign, potentially taking quite a safe, I suppose, approach to some of those key issues, but really hitting those 4 issues of crime, cost of living, health and housing, and that has been what the party faithful tonight have said that has been his major issues and could potentially have this big win. So we are waiting here for him at the W Hotel here in anticipation at the elevators, which we're told he will come down from. There's only one here tonight, so we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it could be in the next 5 minutes, it could be in the next hour. We're not quite sure, Max, but we'll bring you the latest.
Whenever it is, you'll be waiting. You'll be there, don't worry. We're not going to let you go home yet.
I will be here.
Stand by. What I'm confused about, if that wasn't a concession speech as such, it didn't really sound like a complete concession speech. Are we about to get a victory speech or not? Where are we standing here, think, Marlina?
Maybe there's a phone call happening now that we'll find out about. Maybe they're talking to each other now. Who knows? But yeah, Stephen Miles definitely going through the highlights, essentially, of his campaign. But it
was like a pitch.
Yeah.
Look, honestly, though, his performance... if it was to fall that way, 50 to 36, or if LNP did form government and the ALP needed an opposition leader, he's probably done a pretty good job in this campaign to show what's possible to pull something back from the brink. Like really, they were looking like
defend a lot of seats,
the old Holden Caucus and a Tarago situation like they were after the Campbell-Newman election. And yet he's pulled them back into this situation, which is probably pretty admirable.
Yeah, I mean, he could be... he could stay on, or there are those other contenders, Cameron Dick, Shannon Fentiman, both have leadership ambitions, and that had come to light in the wake of Anastasia Palaszczuk's resignation. But I think now what we're waiting to see is that he's obviously gone out there and made that speech, but there must have been a deliberate intent there not to...
A tactical speech.
...quite talk about conceding.
We've obviously lost our other panellists.
Yes, and thank you to them as well. Tim Nichols and Jonathan Sriranganathan, great insights from them all night, along with our other great guests.
But on his way out, Tim Nichols and all of them were very generous with their time. He said that the pre-polls are coming in 7% better than today. So that's why we're likely seeing those figures jump around now, Marlina.
Yeah, so we've seen those LNP seat numbers going up to 50. So if we think about what the parliament was looking like prior to this election, you had Labor on 51 and the LNP on 35. But you can see there now...
It's almost flipped.
It's flipped there. The Greens had 2 seats, now down to 1. The Catters had 4, now down to 3, and still 1 independent there. So
I've got to say, the minor parties, I was expecting more. Particularly from the Greens, I thought this was going to be the election they'd get on the march, but they're only holding 1 seat at the moment. And
Grace held on in McConnell, right. And this is the second election in a row where the Greens really thought they were in for a chance in McConnell. So. They didn't win there, and they thought they had a chance there, and Cooper as well, Jonty Bush holding on there.
So I was surprised at that. I think a lot of people were. And the Qatar Australia Party, there was when you got into the middle of this past week, there was all this noise around what they were going to do in Townsville and in Mundingburra, and it just didn't materialise. I wonder whether the biggest loser out of the whole abortion debate has been the Qatar Australia Party.
Yeah. Well, they're down to 3 seats, so they were 3, and then Stephen Andrew gained Stephen Andrew, who was dumped by One Nation, so they were up to 4. But
there was a lot of talk about Mundingburra as well.
Yeah, that would have been eating away at some of the primary vote.
I believe we can take you to Katrina Blowers now, who is down at LNP headquarters. Katrina, it sounds a bit noisy there. The party's obviously lifted quite considerably since last we spoke.
It really has. It's been a complete turnaround. Earlier on in the evening, we were told that there'd be about 350 people here. They had opened up the invitation to the room here, the big function room at the W Hotel here in the heart of Brisbane, to any grassroots supporters, people who had volunteered at the polling booths. And I've got to tell you, it seemed like the worst attended party in town for the first couple of hours. And I think that's because the mood was just grim. It just hadn't gone the way that anybody thought that it would. But then as those numbers started coming in, the room has filled up. Just now when Stephen Miles conceded, you could have heard a cheer here that lifted the roof off. But I will say that the enthusiasm has been a little subdued, perhaps because it's not the whitewash that people initially thought it would be. But there is a lot of anticipation here as people wait for David Crisafulli to arrive, and also wait, because I think I mentioned to you guys earlier, there are a lot of dignitary protection officers in the foyer, which suggests to me that perhaps the rumours that Peter Dutton might also be here could be true. So there is a VIP room where we're told a lot of people have been watching the count. So we'll see when David Crisafulli steps out of the lift with his wife and daughters, who else will turn up here in the room. But yeah, as I said to you before, the enthusiasm has returned here.
We've got Rachel Baxter on the elevators. We've got you on the party floor. So we've got all the exits covered. But I just wonder the optics that would provide for Peter Dutton in the federal sphere to be standing next to a new LNP Premier in Queensland. That's got to be a huge boost for them.
Well, and you know, Queensland is the state that makes or breaks elections. We are the wildcard state. We don't vote predictably. We've got long memories, and yeah, we certainly shake things up when it comes to the political sphere. So it's an important state for either side of politics at a federal level.
We will check back in very soon. Thanks, Katrina. Now we're going to go back to Riles at the screen with the biggest projection, 7 News projection so far of the night. Riles?
Yep, there have been many projections, but this is the big one. We are now projecting that the Liberal National Party, the LNP, will form majority government in Queensland. I've been back through all these 50 seats, and the lowest I can get the LNP is 47, which is majority, and they're likely to get more than that. So, on the basis of our projection, we believe that the LNP will form the next majority government in Queensland.
A historic night.
There you go.
In Queensland, a new government, a new premier. Just speaking there about the party at LNP headquarters, Riles, what do you think that would mean for the federal sphere to have Peter Dutton there at that party standing next to a new LNP Queensland premier?
Well, Peter Dutton's a Queensland boy, and you know, Queensland's a very parochial state, as we know. There was a fellow named Kevin 07 who ran from here and did reasonably well, so we know that Queenslanders can do well in the federal sphere. Look, there's one thing you can't buy with anybody's money in politics, that's a winning feeling, and that sort of momentum that it gives a brand, the psychology that it gives a campaign is enormous. So Peter Dutton will take that any day. He hasn't had a lot of that, frankly, in his time as opposition leader. He lost two big by-elections down in Victoria, but you know, a win is a win, and if it's of this magnitude, you know, 14 seats above the ALP, well, on paper, that's a pretty good majority. And Peter Dutton would like to be associated with a win of that magnitude, as any leader would.
Just while we wait for David Crisafulli to come out now, I'm going to be self-indulgent because, you know, I can, and I've got you at my disposal with the screen of dreams. Can you go into Noosa? Because there is one independent that's been sitting there all night, and I know that it's Sandy Bolton.
Yeah.
And she is going to retain that seat. Now, that's been a tough campaign up there. She's been running up against Claire Stewart, who's the former mayor of Noosa, a very popular figure, and she left the mayoral robes behind and ran for the LNP, and that was a real tough battle up there, a real grassroots battle. But look at that. Sandy Bolton, the independent, is going to hang on to her seat by a reasonably Healthy margin, look at that.
Yeah, healthy
Two-party
margin
preferred.
on preferences, though. That's with big preferential help, though. If you look at the...
For sure.
The difference there in the primary votes, around 7, but when you get to the two-party preferred, it's a big gap, but that's because she's harvesting all these preferences here.
Of course.
And importantly, the ALP, the Green, and most...
And in my favourite part of the world, it just goes to show you, grassroots politics, even in these days of the two major parties slugging it out, look what's possible.
Yeah, and so she's actually increased her primary vote too, Max.
Yeah.
Just a little 0.5%. The LNP has gone up quite markedly, 8%. But it is the preferences of the ALP Greens and the others that will get Sandy Bolton handsomely re-elected, even though she's suffered a 3% swing.
David Crisafulli had been there a few times actually campaigning. Look, he said 2 days ago he hasn't started drafting his victory speech.
Maybe that's
but
what he's doing now.
We're about, yeah, we'll be...
Maybe that's what's happening.
He's carrying it so long, yeah. I imagine he'll be talking a lot about thank you for voting for change, a fresh start for Queensland.
Well, that was the mantra, wasn't it?
It's time for change. But this has been a long road from him. You know, remember he was ousted when Campbell Newman lost the election and Anastasia Palaszczuk won. He got his second chance in Broadwater and then became leader almost 4 years ago. This is a guy who entered public office when he was 24 years old in Townsville as a councillor.
I'm going to tell you something now as a confession. I'm going to sound old, but my first television journalism job was a reporter at Win TV in Townsville. And when I left there to go to Maroochydore, the young reporter who replaced me in that newsroom was David Crisafulli. Anyway, he became something.
So you're saying you should be Premier?
No, I've been a
say, so if Premier doesn't work out, maybe...
No. Anyway, there's enough self-indulgence for tonight. But I just wanted to ask you about a point that I was making earlier, looking at those figures. Am I right in saying that the minor parties have disappointed? I mean...
yeah, certainly the Greens. I mean, the point was made earlier that the Greens got some considerable support in those seats where there are large Islamic and Arab communities. That's interesting. But they underperformed woefully in the centre of the city. We don't
have a Senate here, so what's the point?
Yeah, well, exactly, and there's no upper house. That was a real disappointment. I think even the Greens leader, who is now leading himself, a party of one, I think he had a 3% swing against him as well. So, no, the Greens underperformed. Certainly the Katter Party, their vote went down sharply in the last 2 weeks, and we've discussed why that's the case. That certainly hurt Robbie Katter, that call. And I think with the one independent in Noosa, there's no teal wave here, and it's interesting that hasn't occurred. That they haven't tried to get into the Queensland electorates. Perhaps that's the next election. People are looking for a third way. You've still got around 30% of the primary vote going to minors and independents and little players. Might be a little bit lower than we thought it would be. But roughly 1 in 3 voters are looking for somewhere else to vote. They just haven't found where.
Yeah. OK, let's talk about stories of the night. There's the obvious story. We have a new government, a new premier. But Marlina, Whop, what's your favourite story of the night? What's the one that you pull out? You think I
have a favourite, but North Queensland was particularly interesting with those Townsville seats. I think that was a lost cause for Labor, and they were probably thinking that, a couple of weeks ago they did try to campaign hard there, but also up in, I'd have to see the map again because it was changing in the last 20 minutes or so, far North Queensland as well, and I'd have to, where's Barron River at? I don't know.
I think Barron River will end up with the LNP. It's literally 23 votes in it at the moment.
Okay, and Bundaberg?
Bundaberg is with
Labor.
ALP.
So Tom Smith has hung on there.
Yes. He's gone from a majority of 9 votes to 524 on the last count.
Done the work.
My word. My word.
We discussed it. Yeah, well, we discussed it before, but Capalaba, I think that was one we were always going to be watching, and I think the fact that Russell Field has been victorious there really says something about the fact that youth crime has resonated and his personal story has affected so many people. We spoke to him before. He's incredibly down to earth.
Yeah.
He's real. He's not a polished politician by any means.
Isn't that fantastic though? What a terrific voice to bring into the conversation.
Someone with lived
narrative.
experience.
Someone who has that lived experience, who can speak from the heart. Hopefully doesn't get captured by party politics. And
I can't see it.
I can't see it.
In that interview, I couldn't see it.
Yeah,
I hope he maintains that individuality because it's necessary. It's needed. We need authenticity, and we need people who are, been through the best and worst of life, and generously prepared to share it.
Well, it was part of that group called Voice for Victims. Well, now they've got someone in Parliament. I guess it was Capella Bar for me as well.
Yeah.
And it was probably because the narrative, obviously, with Russell Field and what had happened on Australia Day a couple of years ago. But then add to that the narrative of the approach of Don Brown was kind of at the other end of the scale and just seemed to typify what the people in that electorate thought was a government out of touch.
Yeah.
And the pointy end of victims.
We've spoken a little bit, Ros, about how maybe some people haven't been engaged, how some people are sick of politicians, sick of politics. They don't, they turn a blind eye to what is happening. Do you think that is in part because we don't often get to see authenticity? That maybe if they just spoke from the heart and maybe if they stuffed up occasionally or were too vocal on something and then, could apologise, do you think that would resonate more with people these days than just having pre-prepared, polished, on-brand messaging?
I would love someone to give it a crack, Sarah. I mean, really, it drives me to distraction, and I watch these characters for a living. So, and I know what they're like behind the facade that's constructed for them to hide behind, and it shows, in my view, a lack of faith in your own character. There's a great saying that my grandmother used to remind me of quite a lot when I was a little fella. Just whatever you do in life, be yourself because everybody else is taken. And politicians too often are scared to be themselves. They think they need to be syncopated. They need to be polished. And okay, a bit of polish is all right, but authenticity goes a long way. Cut through we talk about. And a lot of these lines just do not cut through.
I'll get some bad news for you, Riles, with this new government coming in with David Crisafulli. When the abortion debate, and Marlina will speak to this, when the abortion debate was happening, they lined up with their prepared lines. Even those who were so outspoken and so such characters, they all fell into line, didn't they, Marlina? You heard the same line probably 50 times over about abortion.
Yeah, over and over again. You're asking a different question and getting the same answer. I hope there's some reflection about that.
OK, I'm just going to, sorry to interrupt you there, Marlina. Housing Minister Megan Scanlon holds the seat of Gavin, and she joins us now. Megan, Max Futcher and Sarah Greenhalgh here at 7. How are you feeling down there?
Hey, look, we're certainly, we're still counting all of those votes that are coming through. It's going to be, a tight result, but we're feeling positive here on the ground. But obviously, there's still more votes to count.
Yeah, it's been a tough campaign, hasn't it? I'm just looking at some of that, the primary votes there. Bianca Stone really took it to you, but what do you think has made the difference in the end? I mean, obviously 844 votes, the difference, but what do you think has made the difference in terms of what people were voting for today?
Well, look, I'm a local who grew up here and we've worked incredibly hard. We've had a grassroots movement of locals who have door knocked and phone called and talked to people about issues that matter. You're right, the LNP certainly did target this seat. In fact, I'm the only Labor member of Parliament on the entire Gold Coast. There are 10 LNP seats here. Pretty much all of those MPs were at my pre-polling booth. They were at our polling booths today, certainly trying to get rid of me. But we've continued to make sure that we stood up for locals, the area that I grew up in and love.
No.
Megan, Marlina Whop here. Would you like to see Stephen Miles stay on as leader?
Oh, look, ultimately that's a matter for Stephen, but I just think he has done an incredible job. David Crisafulli was out there, a few months ago saying he was going to win big. Well, that's certainly not what the results are showing tonight.
Would you put your hand up?
A lot of people had... Oh, no, look, you know, that, as I said, that's a matter for Stephen. I just think he's done an incredible job, and tonight he deserves a lot of respect for, you know, keeping a whole range of seats across the state that I think nobody thought that Labor would continue to hold.
Well, Megan Scanlon, congratulations on a tough fight there in Gavin. I know it's been a long campaign and a long day today, so thank you for hanging around to talk to us tonight. All the best, and go and enjoy the party. Thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Megan. And we'll take you back to some live shots now of LNP headquarters, where we continue to wait for David Crisafulli to emerge. But as I said, we've got the camera there on the room where the party is getting quite boisterous, but we've got another camera in the hallway looking down at the elevators. He's not going to get away that easy. But what do you think about that? I mean, obviously it goes back to the party now, doesn't it, to decide who's going to be the opposition leader?
Yeah, I think they're going to have to look at the numbers that came in tonight and look at the job that Stephen Miles did on the campaign and what he's been doing for the past 10 months. But I don't know if others will be willing to put aside their leadership ambitions so quickly, given we have 4-year terms now. So
who's Gary Bullock?
Some serious
Who's Gary
discussions.
Bullock calling tonight?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, because that's who, you know, the unions gave Stephen Miles his power.
Yeah, powerful union figure, backed Stephen Miles, obviously, after Anastasia Palaszczuk left. So you'd think he'll have a big say in this. We'll have to look at the factions, though, and see how many members are left in those factions. So
yeah, well, we won't know that because the numbers keep changing, as we see there now. Even now, it's Target 47, LNP 47, ALP 38. So it's still changing, Riles.
Yeah, okay.
The algorithm's darting around on us.
Yeah, that's right. So what it's doing is it's looking at the projections as the votes continue, and some of those seats were only still at around 30% of the vote, or 40% of the vote. Some were up to 70 and beyond. So what it's doing now is making assumptions on how the votes are going to continue in those seats individually, and they will be different depending on the patterns from today and the patterns from last election, and also making projections about how the preferences are likely to break and how postals are likely to break.
I am hearing that Jared Blay will be speaking first before the deputy leader, before David Crisafulli, and he will be coming down in the lift very soon.
David Crisafulli will speak after him?
Yeah, but we'll first hear from his deputy, Jared Blay, first.
It is very unusual. It might be one of those speeches where they begin with, the people have spoken, we just don't know what they've said yet.
Tempering expectations.
Yeah, because, I mean, there is a lot of unknowns. You know, our numbers there are jumping from 47 to 50 and back again. So nothing's settled as yet. And when you're talking about thousands of votes, people who have taken postal votes, you know, up to 700,000. That's a lot of people on postal votes. And it also tells you
it just jumped again, 39.
Yeah, so it also tells us that
there's Lawrence Springborg coming out.
Lawrence, how's the feeling up there?
I don't think you'll have to wait much longer.
Let's hope not.
Thank you, Lawrence. Always good news.
Well done.
It's now the Mayor of Gundawindi, one-time opposition leader. He's a good fellow.
Maintaining the sense of humour through the night.
Yes. But yeah, sorry, you were saying, Ross.
No, it's the days ahead. So counting will continue for probably another 3 or 4 days. There will be automatic recounts of a lot of seats. A lot of those seats are close. So there could be variations there. And when you're talking about 23 votes in one seat, 57 in another, up to 500, and with those postals coming in, seats can flip.
And that's only going to probably, I don't want to say get worse, but obviously people are voting with their feet. More and more people are doing pre-polling, postal votes. In the elections ahead, the days of us getting a result on the night could be behind us.
Well, yeah, it's a convenience thing. I think people vote early because it's more convenient than voting on a Saturday. Maybe they don't like sausages. I don't know.
Look,
but
what is
it's possible.
That could be the headline of the night. Queensland is turning in snags.
Stop the presses. But it's certainly a trend, and we've got to move towards electronic voting at some point.
Who's going to be first to do that?
Well, yeah. And
maybe the Venezuelans.
You need to ensure, yeah. Probably already there. Well, there's some concerns that other countries are doing it anyway for us.
Right.
But it will happen when the integrity of online voting has been established, and then they have the firewalls in place to do it.
I'm told Jared Blay, he's just come out of the league now, deputy leader on his way.
I think you're all waiting for David Christopherly. I'm just going to get the room, and we'll see him in just a few short minutes.
How is he feeling?
Look, you'll hear from me in 2 seconds, so we'll just get into the room. But thank you all. Thank you all for being here, and you'll see DC in just a short moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jared Blay with his signature pocket square on his way to the podium, and his that ever-present pamphlet in his grasp on his way to the podium to warm up the crowd, I guess. Or maybe,
very
as you
familiar,
said,
that pamphlet. I saw it in the background.
Oh, it's everywhere.
You must have seen it, Marlina.
So many
People holding it up.
So many copies.
It's a tried and tested tactic, that one.
Now, Jared
I
Blay
have a plan, and here it is.
He has been known to give long preambles, particularly at media conferences.
I wonder, look, he's got a crowd. He's got a crowd, and he always carries an Elvis suit in the boot of his car.
Yeah.
So anything's possible here. He's an Elvis nut.
Is that true?
Yeah,
I'm not lying to you. I don't make this stuff up. This is 7 News. Come on. It's true.
What you're saying, the worst is we might get a song.
A performance.
At best, we'll get thank you very much.
Thank you, baby.
So, all right, well, the crowd's obviously excited. What sort of role will Jared Blay play in a Christopherly government, Marlina Whop?
Oh, well, he'll be Deputy Premier.
Deputy Premier. How about that?
David Christopherly has said that everyone in his shadow cabinet will be in cabinet,
including health.
Premier. But that doesn't stop him from doing any reshuffling. So
yeah, because there was some talk about the health ministry, like the shadow health ministry. What would happen there with Ros Bates continuing?
Yeah, he said on the campaign she'd take on the health portfolio, but people change their
He also
minds.
said he wouldn't do deals with the Catters, but you know, that's only at 47 at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ros, are you still confident that they can form a majority government?
Yes, on the numbers, I think 47 looks likely, and possibly more than that, but we won't know for several days.
Okay.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way.
All right.
Wow! How is everyone tonight? Folks, thank you for... We thought a little longer than we anticipated, but thank you for hanging in to see us tonight. Thanks for being here, supporting us. And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Queensland has voted for a majority LNP government.
Sugar, man.
You don't want to hear from me. You're waiting for DC.
How you feeling?
But I do want to thank a few people here tonight.
Speak directly to Queenslanders and say thank you and map out a vision for the future.
David, have you written that victory speech yet? You said all week that you hadn't written it.
Well, there you go.
What's in it?
You'll see in 2 minutes, I reckon. What can Queenslanders expect with David Christopherly as Premier? Let's get in there, guys. Come on. Thank you.
How have you felt tonight? Obviously, a bit unsure at the start of the night, but obviously you've made a comeback.
No, look, it's a great result, but I want to speak directly to Queenslanders now. So thanks, Rach. Thanks very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So there you go, David Christofouli harangued by the press as he makes his way into the room, and listen to the crowd once he gets in there. He might steal the thunder from Jared Blay here, I think.
Members of LNP
But,
Secretariat.
he did confirm it was a victory speech, so he's going to claim victory.
I'm claiming
And the combined force of the LNP Secretariat with all the members of the opposition office, thank you. Thank you. Can I also thank the Kawana team for voting me back in, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Queensland saw through Labor's lies and desperation. Tonight, we owe this victory to David Christofouli. He set the pathway 4 years for us. And before I get him up on stage, can I thank all the Kawana volunteers who I've not seen tonight, my campaign director, Nathan Rule, and everybody, because without your support and without the support of my wife, Sally, and all our kids who are here today, this victory would not be possible, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Queenslanders voted for change. Tonight, Queenslanders voted for David Christofouli.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, tonight Queenslanders have voted for hope over fear. They have voted for a fresh start, and they have voted for a majority LNP government. I want to start by thanking Premier Stephen Miles for his service as the Deputy Premier of this state, and indeed as the Premier. And to think that a son of a factory worker could be the 40th Premier of this state tells you everything you need to know about how great Queensland is. And I want to thank Stephen and his wife Kim for their service to Queensland. I want to thank the members of his team who have lost their seat tonight. Politics is a really, really tough game, and it's the families who bear the scars of that. And tonight, to those members who have lost their seat, I wish them well in the future, and I certainly wish their families even better. To the people of this great state, I've lived and I've worked at both ends of it, and I love every inch of it. And I want to let them know that we'll be serving them with every ounce of fibre we have, and we are determined to make sure that this state returns to the powerhouse we all know it can be. This result is a vindication of a hell of a lot of hard work and a hell of a lot of strategy, and I want to outline just how large this achievement is. Of the last 12 general elections in this state, we've only won one on election night, and tonight we get to celebrate the biggest achievement we've had in over a decade. But that is not what is important about elections. Elections are about people, and it's about doing good for those who don't have a voice. And what history will show is that tonight was the turning corner of the youth crime crisis. And it'll be the turning corner to mean that there are fewer victims in this state, and by Christmas, adult crime, adult time will be law. And we're going to work on early intervention and rehabilitation with purpose to give kids the opportunity to turn their life around as well. History will show this is the turning point in the Queensland health crisis, and ambulance ramping will not remain the highest in the country at 45%. And you'll know that because within 100 days you will see what's happening in your hospital in real time, and you will have doctors and nurses back in charge of those hospitals. And history will show this is the night we began turning the corner in giving young people hope of owning their home again. And vulnerable Queenslanders to have a roof over their head. And we get to work on that in delivering supply, and we intend to remove a tax to do so for young Queenslanders. And history will show this is a turning point to make sure that government does all it can to lower those structural cost of living challenges, and to make sure that working Queenslanders can keep the lights on, to make sure that working Queenslanders can afford to dream, to make better for their children. And we're determined to make sure that we have respect for your money, and that means a culture of budget blowouts will end. Now it's going to take every day of those 4 years to deal with those big four crises: youth crime, health, housing and cost of living. But allow me to map out a vision for the next decade for this state. My vision for Queensland is one where we get on with building the kind of infrastructure we once did in this state. Roads and rail and dams and schools and hospitals, the generational infrastructure to open up opportunities. I want to look at Queensland again being a place where people look to invest, where people can afford to live, and where this state returns to the economic powerhouse of the country. I want to see those in mining and agriculture and tourism look to invest here again. I want to see the high-end medical and educational research come to Queensland, and I want to see businesses relocate here to give opportunities for our people, and we intend to give every opportunity for Queensland to be the economic powerhouse of the nation. And in doing so, we will create a state that benefits working people, many of whom voted for us today for the first time in a long time. A state where we have a great tolerance, where we're a compassionate society, where people who come here from other nations come as strangers but become family. Just like my late grandfather did in 1960. To do this, we will need a world-class public service, and I intend to make sure that we govern with a focus on delivering services for every Queenslander. And to those public servants, I want you to know we intend to give vision and direction and leadership, but advice will be fearless and frank. The culture of entrenched fear will be over, and together we can deliver the services that Queenslanders deserve. I'm mindful that many of those public servants, and indeed other Queenslanders, may have not voted for us tonight and perhaps were distracted by a scare campaign. And to that I say, the good news for us as a political movement, but indeed a state, is that scare campaign won't be able to be run in 4 years' time. When all of those allegations when all of the scare, when all of the fear doesn't come to fruition, well then we can look to deliver a second-term LNP government. Because friends, this isn't America. This isn't America. We don't pander to extremes. We deliver extremely good outcomes for everyday people. And now the part of the speech that I really want to deliver, and that's the thank yous to the people in this room and those watching at home. Firstly, to every single Queenslander, thanks for backing us. Thanks very much for backing us. To my team, the most loyal, tenacious, hard-working Deputy Leader you could ever hope, and he's going to make a fine Deputy Premier. To the three former leaders in my political movement who will get the opportunity to serve again as Ministers of the Crown. And I want to thank Tim and Deb and John Paul. And in doing so, their strength and their resilience and their assistance of me has been incredible in a really long 4-year term. And I'm going to read just 3 of the texts that I've received from them, and these are from each of them. Keep going, stay focused, you're nearly there. That's the kind of team that we've created. And that's why for 4 years you've seen discipline and focus and a relentless desire to create a little piece of opportunity for our political movement, but indeed the state. To our members returning, congratulations to all of you. You've been great servants of your communities. To the newly elected team members spread throughout the state, we really look forward to welcoming you to the Parliament, and I know your communities will embrace the opportunity for a fresh face as part of fresh government. Thanks. To one of the sharpest minds in politics, Ben Riley. You've pulled off what we were told 4 years ago wasn't possible, and I want to thank you for delivering this result. To Lawrence Springborg. Well, you all know he's the father of this movement. But we wouldn't be here if he didn't answer a call 4 years ago. And we rang him and we asked him to bring his trademark calm and poise and grace. And the way, Lawrence, that you have enabled the relationship between the two arms of our movement has been something that I will forever be grateful, mate. You've given us a great opportunity. To my Chief of Staff, Richard Ferret, and the most amazing and the humble 23-person opposition office, many of whom came across on day one and took significant pay cuts to leave a job to come and join me on this journey. Oh guys, I'm really, really grateful, I can tell you. To the people that keep the home fires burning, to Jen and Lisa in my electorate office, to Brett and the 2 Garys for what you do for my Broadwater community. And I want to thank immensely the people of Broadwater for their endorsement of me again. No one can do this job without being a local member, and I'm really, really grateful for that opportunity as well. And now the tough bit, to my family. Tonight is really, really special, but it runs a distant second to the achievement of being a dad. And we've done a lot to shield our two girls from public life, and it's been really difficult for them as young women. But we've made that decision to keep them out of the spotlight because we want them to be their own women, and we want them to be successful in life, and we just couldn't be more proud of who they have become. Sadly, next week I will be elected as the Premier, but I'm not even the best parent in my house. To Tegan. You have been on this journey with me for a lifetime, and like the girls, you're not as comfortable in front of the camera as you are behind it. And your support and what you have done for the family when I've been away, when you make sure that when I'm home, those special moments, you've kept me real, and I'm forever grateful. Rightio. In closing, we asked Queenslanders to choose hope over fear, and they did. We asked Queenslanders to vote for a fresh start, and they did. And now tomorrow we get to work. Not the day after, tomorrow. Tomorrow we get to work. And we do what we say we were going to do. We don't do what we say we wouldn't do. And we have a contract with Queenslanders, and we intend to honour it. And finally to the future. We haven't won back-to-back elections in this state since 1986. And you need to understand how important it is, if you believe in the values of your political movement and you believe in the people of your state, it has to be about generational government. So we govern with humility and decency and vision and tenacity, and in doing so we get the opportunity to govern for a longer period of time. And if we get that opportunity, we can do great things for our party, for our kids, for our state. To borrow a phrase from a different era and a different political movement, it's time. It's time. It's time for a fresh start for Queensland. Thanks very much.
So, Queensland's new Premier-elect, David Crisafulli, 45-year-old member for Broadwater, and now the Premier-elect, his wife Tegan and his team being congratulated by the party faithful there at the W Hotel in Brisbane. LNP's biggest achievement in over a decade, he says. He says, tonight we turn the corner on the youth crime crisis. He says adult crime, adult time will be law by Christmas. It was obviously one of the biggest issues that the LNP campaigned on, and it appears to have worked. At times there he was already looking forward to a second term, but he says that Queensland voted for hope over fear, and they got a majority LNP government. He thanked Stephen Miles for his service as Premier and his service to Queensland. And as for Queensland, he said, I love every inch of it.
We were chatting before about authenticity. Marlina, do you think that's possibly, some of that was possibly the most genuine, even nearing emotional that we've seen from David?
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about his family there, he's with his wife there now, Tegan, and also talking about his two daughters who they've tried to keep out of the public limelight. But he has been wanting this job for a long, long time. He said he has a contract with Queenslanders and he intends to honour it. Parliament will have to sit a couple of times before the end of the year to push through that legislation he wants to see. Ending on some quotes there calling for it's time, a Gough Whitlam quote there, but talking about how tonight is vindication for all the hard work that he and his team have put in over the past 4 years. So the biggest win for the LNP in a decade tonight.
And just the third time the LNP has won in 35 years, so it is historic.
Yeah, this is ending the decade-long leadership of Labor, and David Crisafulli has said he will be getting straight to work.
Straight away tomorrow?
I think he will, yeah. He sets the alarm at 4 a.m, but...
That's a bit early.
He might have to get a sleep in.
Yeah, I don't know about that, 4 a.m.
I hate to disappoint you and butt in, but we need to go back to our man Mark Riley and his favourite toy one more time this evening. Mark Riley.
It would be remiss of us not to.
Never a disappointment, surely.
Give us the wrap-up. What are we looking at? What's the scorecard as we see it at the moment?
So at the moment we've got the LNP on 50 seats, so it's gone from 49 to 50, and you've probably seen it moving from 47 to 50 and back and forth, and that'll happen as the final votes are coming in. The next 2 or 3 days we'll have the final votes being counted, and also those postals and pre-polls. The ALP with 37, Katter Party 4, the Greens 1. That is Maywa, and it is touch and go there too. So we'll be watching that keenly. That could go to the LNP as well. But at the very least, it looks like David Crisafulli is right in claiming majority government. He'll at least have that.
Thanks for that, Riles. All right, let's take a look at what the Parliament might look like based on the numbers where we've got them. Got a graphic here, I think.
All right, the horseshoe there, you can see on the current data that we're getting, and obviously the figures aren't final yet, but the current data is 50 LNP to 37 ALP, and the crossbench of the Greens. Katter Australia Party with 4 there under those
so
figures.
Where they were before, yeah.
And 1, which is the independent member for Noosa. What's that going to be like in practice, Marlina Whop?
Yeah, look, it's interesting because last time Labor had 51 seats, the LNP were on 35. We'll see what happens with that Green seat as well in Maywa, obviously losing South Brisbane. I think over the next few months, though, we'll see a lot of that change coming through with the criminal justice laws, though. You could hear David Crisafulli there saying he wants to push those community safety laws through. That will be his first job when he's sworn in as Premier.
I would say he has a mandate now. That's what he campaigned on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, crime was the focal point for the LNP campaign. He touched on those other issues in his speech for Queenslanders, so housing, he touched on health as well, but really it was crime all the way for David Crisafulli, to the extent that after he announced his health policy on the campaign, the next day he was already talking about his crime policies.
All right, and in our defence, I don't think anyone uttered the words hung Parliament, even once. We didn't panic. So, Mark Riley, your final thoughts?
I quite like a hung Parliament, actually.
Oh, Riles.
They're very good for
Don't do that to us.
Very good for journalism, very good for self-serving. Look, an interesting night, not as decisive as early as we thought it would be. The preferences were material in many seats. We saw the Labor Party to lose seats in and around Townsville, which was quite interesting, and the LNP chip away in that sort of red wall in Brisbane, and the green heart falling away. The colour and the complexion of the electorate changing, people changing their voting patterns. But what it told me is that yes, crime and public order is a front of mind issue for everybody. Cost of living is also a big issue, and housing and health, those three are federal issues, and they'll be commuted into the campaign, no doubt, very heavily by Peter Dutton, another Queenslander, the next Queenslander, to put himself up for the top office in a federal election, probably May next year.
Right, well, Mark Riley, thank you very much for joining us in Queensland tonight. A historic night in Queensland, new government, new Premier, and thanks to your friend over there, the Screen of Dreams.
The Screen was I think, was the star of the night, of course.
You can both come back any old time.
And to Marlina, you've done such a good job over the past few weeks, and this evening,
Absolutely.
thank you for putting
You get to sleep.
such a big slog.
You get to sleep in your own bed for once.
Do the results and everything.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Yeah.
And that's where we leave our coverage tonight of election night in Queensland, with the LNP set to form government and David Crisafulli to become the 41st Premier of Queensland.
The Weekend Sunrise team will be here at 7 o'clock in the morning, and of course we'll have comprehensive coverage on 7 News tomorrow night at 6. For now, though, from the entire team,
have a good night.
Here in India, there's more than 1 billion people.